Good afternoon, Bert. Papapalit ako, pero i-open ko lang. Third session of the Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I request everyone to please rise for a minute of silent prayer. The Napolcom Chorale will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, and they will likewise render a song entitled Isang Dugo, Isang Lahi, Isang Musika.
Isang bansa
The chair and the members of the Senate would like to thank the NAPOLCOM Chorale. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'ams. Secretary, may please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, Chair hereby declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the order of business for the day, we'd like to acknowledge some guests in the gallery. But first, we'd like to acknowledge the birthday celebrant, our colleague, the Honorable Cynthia Villar, who is celebrating her birthday today, Mr. President. Mr. President, a point of information, should I ask for a minute suspension or should I use the appropriate Roberts rules of asking for a minute recess? Your pleasure, Mr. President.
A minute suspension in order to afford our colleagues the privilege of greeting our distinguished birthday celebrant, Senator Villar. Session is
Mr.
suspended.
President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, to continue acknowledging our guests, the gallery, we have Professor Masumaya from Tokyo, Japan, and we have guests coming from several motorcycle associations. Mr. Edwin Go, the president of the Motorcycle Dealers Association of the Philippines, Mr. Nick Fuentes of the Ride Guardians Group, Mr. Robert Pirello of the Kagulong, Mr. Romeo Maglunsod of Move It, Mr. Eric Lazarte of Philippine Advocates for Road Safety, Mr. Chris Malariba, Motorcycles Manufacturers Group, and Mr. RJ Terrado of Angkas. Mr. President, also I'd like to acknowledge several religious leaders here, headed by Bishop Perez, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the second session, Tuesday, July 23, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
Before acting on the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, Chair would like to welcome on behalf of your senators our distinguished guests this afternoon. Welcome to the Philippine Senate. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Same is hereby approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business. Mr. President, I withdraw my previous motion, and Mr. President, we proceed with the approval on third reading. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill 2555. This is the act amending Republic Act 1111235, otherwise known as the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. Mr. President, I trust that the honorable members will see the merit of the proposal and vote accordingly. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members of the Senate in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Chair hereby directs Secretary to kindly read the title of the measure and to thereafter proceed to roll call vote.
An act amending Republic Act number 11235, otherwise known as the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri, Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2555 is hereby approved on second reading, and Chair would like to congratulate the authors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we recognize Senator Ronald De La Rosa is seeking the floor, this representation would likewise manifest its appreciation for all our colleagues who voted affirmatively in support of this measure, and to thank all of you for amending the seemingly discriminatory Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act. I will just submit a complete manifestation of appreciation for insertion into the records. Mr. President, may we recognize the Honorable Ronald Bato de la Rosa for his appreciation speech likewise, Mr. President.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, today's approval of the proposed measure amending the discriminatory provisions of Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act is a testament to the Senate's commitment to the people. Last week, during the opening of the third regular session, the Senate President called upon us to pass legislative measures which would address the immediate needs and challenges faced by the public. And it goes without saying, Mr. President, that our beloved riders constitute a vital part of that which we call the public. Ang ganap na pagsasabatas ng panukalang ito ay makapagbibigay ng kapanatagan ng loob sa ating mga motorista na wala ng diskriminasyon sa daan. 2, 3 o 4 man ang gulong ng inyong sasakyan. Simulat sa poll ay hindi nagbago ang ating adhikain. Ang pagkakapantay-pantay ng lahat sa mata ng batas. Let me likewise take this opportunity to congratulate the good sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, for shepherding this measure. We thank him for ensuring that this new and improved version cures the issues and concerns experienced by my fellow motorcycle riders. Of course, this humble representation would also like to acknowledge the principal author of this proposed legislation, my fellow rider, Senator J.V. Ejercito. Anyone can claim that he or she represents a particular sector, but Senator J.B. has put into action this noble cause of championing the interest of motorcycle riding community, one that has long been misunderstood and discriminated against. I fervently hope that this piece of legislation is a clear message to our brothers and sisters in the motorcycle riding community that they are not forgotten by this august chamber. More importantly, that they are recognized and acknowledged as a community with legitimate needs that must be addressed. After all, this is not just a matter of sharing the road. It is also a matter of sharing the right to that road. Let us continue to be fueled by passion and vision in serving our people. Always, they deserve nothing less than a full tank. Thank you, Mr. President.
The remarks of Senator Bato are duly noted and hereby entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator J.V. Ejercito is likewise seeking the floor.
Senator Ejercito is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, I would like to commend the hard-working chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights for shepherding this measure. Also, I'd like to extend my utmost gratitude to this august body for supporting this proposed legislation every step of the way until its approval today on third reading. The approval of Senate Bill number 2555 or the amendments to Republic Act number 11235, otherwise known as the Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act, is another leap forward towards ending the discrimination against the motorcycle riding community. We have sent a clear message to our people that we hear and take note of their sentiments. Our goal has always been is to craft laws that will really represent their interests. Nais ko rin pong pasalamatan ang iba't ibang motorcycle organizations sa tumulong at umalalay sa atin mula sa pagbalangkas ng panukalang batas na ito, pagdalo sa mga committee hearings at paglahok sa mga technical working groups. Kasama po natin sila sa bawat paggulong at pag-usad. May pagmamalaki po natin sa nalubos ang ating naging pakikipag-ugnayan sa kanila at maaari nating masabi na ang panukalang batas na ito ay sumasalamin ng kanilang saloobin. Maraming salamat din sa ating kasamahan na ating pong co-rider, si Senator Bato de la Rosa, sa kanyang suporta para sa pagpasa ng panukalang batas dito. Hindi may tatanggi na may mga masasamang loob ang maabuso sa paggamit ng motorsiklo. Ngunit ilan lamang sila kung ikukumpara sa mas maraming gumagamit at sumasakay ng motorsiklo bilang alternatibo at mabilis na forma ng transportasyon. Wala pong masama na parusahan ang nagkasala, ngunit hindi rin makatarungan kung ipapataw ito sa buong sektor ng lipunan ng mga bayani rin na may tuturing nito mga nakaraang taon. Mr. President, ang ating mga riders po ang naging sandigan ng ating ekonomiya noong panahon ng pandemya. Tayo po ay nakiangkas sa kanila, literally and figuratively. Sa ganitong mabubuti at kapakipakinabang na magawain po nating gustong ma-associate o maalala ang motorsiklo at ang ating mga riders hindi sa krimen at karahasan. At Ginoong Pangulo, mas mabuti na po na magkaroon ng plaka ang bawat motor kaysa po wala sa ating pong paglaban sa krimen. Yun lamang po, Mr. President, maraming salamat po sa ating pong makasamahan sa pagsuporta sa panukalang ito.
The remarks of Senator Ejercito are noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I think there are no more colleagues wishing to sponsor and submit their speeches of appreciation, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are now in receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2528 and House Bill 4122 pertaining to the bills amending and adding new sections of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 or the VAT on digital transactions. With the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Win Gatchalian, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Senate President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. As the lead conferee on behalf of the Senate, I stand today to present the bicameral conference committee report resolving the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2528 and House Bill number 4122. The versions of the Act amending sections approved by the Senate and the House respectively on third and final reading. The Senate and the House panels have met and discussed to work out the reconciled versions of our respective bills. We have come up with a piece of legislation that primarily aims to clarify the VAT liability of non-resident digital service provider on the sale, exchange, or barter of digital services consumed in the Philippines, thereby reinforcing the BIR's power to impose and collect VAT on digital services and transactions. One of the provisions of this reconciled version is the issuance of digital sales or commercial invoices with simplified requirements. To further strengthen compliance, the bill empowers the Commissioner of the BIR to block or suspend the services of providers who violate VAT provisions. Ito ay upang matiyak natin na walang lusot sa ang anumang uri ng paglabag sa batas, mapa-digital service providers man o traditional. Mr. President, with these provisions, our ultimate objective is clear. We are committed to paving the way for a level playing field. We believe in the importance of creating an environment where our digital service providers, whether they are non-resident or local, operate under fair and square tax policies. At this point, I wish to express my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed colleagues, Senator Pia Cayetano, co-author, and Senator Lauren Legarda, co-sponsor of this bill. Their unwavering commitment to championing this legislation has been instrumental in its progress. Furthermore, I extend sincere thanks to Senate Minority Floor Leader Senator Coco Pimentel for his pivotal roles as conferee during the bicameral conference enabled us to meticulously address key issues, ensuring the bill's robustness and effectiveness. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2528 and House Bill number 4122 be read in toto into the records, and that the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Acting on the motion of Senator Gatchalian, the same is hereby deemed read and made part of the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2528 and House Bill 4122, and that the text of the joint explanation as enunciated by Senator Gatchalian be deemed read into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2528 and House Bill number 4122 is hereby approved and ratified. Majority Leader.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, if I may.
What is the pleasure of the gentleman from Bulacan, the Honorable Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I be allowed, with the indulgence of our dear colleagues, to deliver a personal and collective privilege under our Senate Rules 110, Rule 40. Mr. President, this is with regard to the previous typhoon that struck our nation, beloved nation, especially my beloved province in Bulacan, Mr. President.
With the permission of our colleagues, the gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I'd like to thank our minority leader for allowing this representation. Just a few minutes, Mr. President, to just deliver, Mr. President, this personal and collective privilege. I rise today, Mr. President, on a matter of personal and collective privilege, and may I be allowed, Mr. President, to just play a very short video for our distinguished colleagues to watch and listen, Mr. President.
Uy, si Prof. Daniel, wala na. Nawash out na? Is kawawa naman yun.
Nabaha po yata, Mr. President. Sinabihan ko pa kayo na maghanda. Sinabihan ko pa kayo.
While waiting for the video presentation,
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
session suspended. You may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Lalo pang lumakas at isa na ang super typhoon ang bagyong Karina.
Mr. President, unfortunately, ayaw ho mag-play at nag-aaral pa rin yung mga nasa likod natin, Mr. President. May I just proceed? Alam nyo, karamihan ng marami na binaha sa video, isa lamang po yung hiling. Masaklolohan at ma-rescue po sila. Kaya nais po nating magpasalamat and i-take itong opportunity na ito sa mga bayani ng ating bayan. Ang ating mga rescuer, social worker, police, coast guard, health worker, kasama na po ang mga magigiting na miyembro ng media at mga weather forecaster ng Pag-asa na hindi matatawaran ang hirap at pagod tuwing may bagyo at pagbaha. Tayo rin po ay nagpaabot ng taus-pusong pakikiramay sa pamilya ng 36 na ating mga kababayan na nasawi dahil nalunod, na kuryente, at nabaon sa mga landslides noong kasagsagan ng bagyong Karina. Ginoong Pangulo, halos 10 taon na po ang nakararaan na ang representasyon na ito ay dumalaw noon sa Hagunoy, Bulacan. Nagdala rin po tayo ng relief goods. Hindi pa po tayo senador. Nakakita po tayo ng isang palutang-lutang na CRV Honda, Mr. President. Tinali po ito sa poste ng Meralco doon sa Hagunoy. At naisip ko po sa aking sarili, ano kaya ang pakiramdam ng may-ari nito? Pinaghirapang ipundar ang sasakyan, ari-arian, pero wawasakin lang ng baha. Umaasa pa kaya sila na matutulungan sila? Isa po ito, Ginoong Pangulo, sa nagbigay sa akin ng dahilan para tumakbo sa Senado noong 2016. Ang paniwala ko po kasi, Ginoong Pangulo, kung mapapabilang po tayo sa institusyong ito, may magagawa po tayo para masolusyonan o maibsan man lang ang malagim na sitwasyon ng ating mga kababayan sa Bulacan, lalo na tuwing may bagyo, lalo na tuwing may baha. Sabi ko rin po sa sarili ko, I wanted to be part of the solution. Kaya unang taon po natin dito sa Senado, noong Agosto hanggang Setyembre 2016, nakiisa po kagad tayo sa mga pagdinig dito sa Senado, hinggil po sa estado ng pagbaha sa ating bansa. Hindi ko na po iisa-isahin yung ating mga tanong na ni-raise, mga sagot na ating nakuha. Pinondohan din po natin ng 10 milyon yung hinihingi ng DPWH na dapat may feasibility study. Pinondohan po natin yon at para alamin po kung ano nga ba yung scientifico na mga paraan para solusyonan ang tumitinding baha sa aming mahal na lalawigan. Nang matapos po ang feasibility study, Ginoong Pangulo, ayaw naman po implement. Kesyo kulang pa raw at kailangan pa ng dagdag na pondo. It took me 2 years, Mr. President, to pursue this advocacy. Taon-taon na lang po, Ginoong Pangulo, nire-raise natin ang issue ng matinding pagbaha sa budget hearing ng DPWH. Taon-taon po, Ginoong Pangulo. Noong September 2022, matapos pong masawi yung mga kababayan ko sa Bulacan, doon yung mga rescuers po sa San Miguel, Bulacan, kung naaalala nyo po, nanawagan din po tayong muli ng master plan sa DPWH. Senator JB tumatango at ilang mga senador nakasama natin during the hearing. Ito rin po yung dahilan kung bakit sinimulan po nitong representasyon na ito yung mobile command vehicle sa pakikipagtulungan sa DOST. Pinondohan din po natin ito para mabigyan yung ilan pong mga probinsya sa Central Luzon. 65 million po ang presyo ng isang MOCOV. At kung maaalala nyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa halos parehong petsa, last year, 2023 of August, tumayo din po tayo para ilahad ang kalunos-lunos na sitwasyon ng ating mga kababayan dahil po sa isyong ito. In fact, Mr. President, we filed Senate Resolution number 693. This is to investigate ito pong palala ng palalang baha, hindi lamang po sa NCR, kundi na rin sa iba pang mga low-lying area sa ating bansa. Subalit, Ginoong Pangulo, Wala pong nangyari. Mr. President, dahil kung may pinatunguhan yung ating mga pagdinig dito sa Senado, kung may pinutunguhan yung mga pondong ating inilaan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan, lalo na sa DPWH, siguro naman po, hindi dapat natin nakita yung ganitong antas ng pagbaha tuwing may malakas na pag-ulan. Mr. President, as part of our oversight functions, again, taon-taon na lang, para kinakalampag po natin ang iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno para aksyonan ang problema sa matinding pagbaha. Para na po tayong sirang plaka, Ginoong Pangulo. And I want you to watch this video, Mr. President.
Kayo yung nagsabi, yung delubyo na ito, paulit-ulit na lang. Hindi na sila umaasa na may gagawin pa gobyerno. Wala na akong maniniwala sa atin na totoong gagawa na tayong solusyon. Ilang dekada na ho nila naririnig to eh. It's the same thing over and over and it has worsened.
Mr. President, last year po yan. Yes, I sound like a broken record. Gasgas na po at paulit na po tayo. Pero sa tibay at pagkamatiisin ng ating mga kababayan, kakayanin pa, pero wag naman po sana 10 taon ulit ang hihintayin natin. At ganito pa rin ang ating sitwasyon. Dahil kung walang magbabago at hindi natin masusolusyonan ang pagbaha, tatanungin ko po ang bawat isa sa atin, maging ang aking sarili, ano pa nga ba ang silbi natin dito sa Senado? Noong pong nakaraang Lunes, Mr. President, ang Pangulo ng Republika ng Pilipinas ay nag-deliver ng SONA at sinabi po niya na mahigit 5,500 flood control projects ang natapos na at marami pang ginagawa sa buong bansa. With what happened last week, Mr. President, this representation can't help but wonder, is the President being misled by the people around him? Nasaan po itong 5,500 na flood control projects na natapos na ng DPWH? Karamihan daw po ng proyektong ito ay nasa Metro Manila. Pero nakita naman po natin kung paano pinalubog ng baha, hindi lang ang mga kababayan natin, kundi ang maging mga bus, mga truck, at lahat ng na-stranded sa mga kalsada dito sa ating bayan, lalong-lalo na sa Metro Manila. Last year, Mr. President, ipinagmalaki pa sa atin ni Secretary Bonoan ng DPWH na magiging game changer ang flood control project ng DPWH sa Central Luzon. Testigo po yan si Chairman Revilla, si Senator Coco Pimentel, ang ating Senate President ngayon, Chis Escudero. Ito po yung sabi ni Secretary Bonoan last year.
The Central Luzon Pampanga River Floodway and San Antonio Swamp Ring Dike, Your Honor. This will be the major project that will actually we think will be able to contribute significantly to address the flooding problems in Bulacan and Pampanga.
So you have the timeline here when we will start? Mr.
By next year po siguro, we are hoping that we can start this project. This will be the major project in Central Luzon po.
I am counting on you, Mr. Secretary.
Major project, Mr. President. A week after, isang linggo po, matapos niya sabihin ito, we inquired about it during the budget hearing. Kasama ko ulit si Minority Leader Coco Pimentel nitong oras na ito. And we learned that it's merely a proposal that has not yet been approved by NEDA. Ito po ang video clip.
During the hearing, and for some of our colleagues who were not present during the last hearing conducted by the Committee on Public Works, headed by Senator Bong Revilla, the answer given to us in the Senate by Secretary Bonoan in addressing the flood control program is that they would have a 60-kilometer floodway program being financed by the Asian Development Bank. That's what we were told. And according to him, this is a game changer. This will address the flooding in Bulacan and the nearby provinces. That's what he said. That's what he said, Your Honor. So I'm just quoting the Secretary.
Ngunit, Ginoong Pangulo, kaninang umaga, napakinggan ko po ang General Manager ng MMDA na si Yusek Procopio Lipana. May sinumiti na daw po sila na terms of reference sa DPWH para sa Drainage Master Plan ng Metro Manila. Ibig sabihin, Ginoong Pangulo, hanggang ngayon po pala, nasa proposal stage pa rin sila. Samantalang matagal na po nating alam nating lahat na antiquated o bulok na ang ating mga drainage system at light to medium na baha na lang ang capacity ng mga pumping stations dito sa Metro Manila. Mr. President, sinabmit na yung NEP kanina. Kanina lang natin nakita sa NEP yung proposal na ito. Feasibility study, 15 million for Metro Manila. Pero yung feasibility study na sinasabi ni Secretary Bonoan, wala pa din po. And by the way, babanggitin ko rin po, nandito na rin ang Chairman ng Finance, Senator Grace po. 27 billion ngayon ang feasibility study na hinihain sa atin ng DPWH. Feasibility study ulit, Mr. President. Kaya kailangan naman po siguro magpaliwanag ng DPWH. Mr. President, kaninang umaga rin sa ating chat room ng mga senador, ang no less than our Senate President reported to us that DPWH is saying na kaya bumaha dito sa atin, lumakas ang baha, ang sabi po nila kasi hindi na-switch on yung pong makina dahil wala pong fuel. And it's black with trash. Yun din po yung nireport sa atin kanina at nakita ko several of my colleagues giving all mainit na ulo na emoji, galit na emoji, etc. Mr. President, wag naman po sana sa susunod na pagdinig natin, sorry na lang uli at sasabihin malakas kasi ang ulan. Mr. President, we wanted to find out the real status of our flood management master plan. Has it been reviewed? Has it been updated to respond to our changing times and needs? Last year, Mr. President, we allocated roughly 280 billion for flood management and mitigation projects under DPWH. This means, Mr. President, in 2023, 1.079 billion a day on flood control projects. Ngayong taon po, 2024, mas mataas po ang inilaan na budget ng Kongreso para sa DPWH alone. Dito po sa flood management, nasa 1.35 billion kada araw ang pondo ng DPWH. Pag pinagsama-sama nyo po, kaya ako po nilagay po dyan, flood management national government budget. Isuma total natin, meron din po ang DENR, meron din po ang MMDA, meron din po ang PAG-ASA, meron din po ang Climate Change Commission. Aabutin po ito ng 1.44 billion kada araw. Yan po ang ginagastos ng ating gobyerno para tugunan ang problema ng pagbaha. 1.44 billion. Mr. President, hindi pa po kasama dito ang pondo na ginagastos ng lokal na pamahalaan. Hindi pa po kasama dito ang mga feasibility studies. Ngayong taon, 47 billion feasibility study alone. Mr. President, ang 1.44 billion po ay katumbas ng 144,000 TESDA scholars a day. Ang tulong trabaho fund ng TESDA, 1 billion lang buong taon. Sa 1.44 billion, Mr. President, a day budget, meron ka na po kaagad 700 classrooms. Makapagbibigay ka na kaagad, Mr. President, ng 1.78 million relief packs every day. sa 1.78 million families. Araw-araw, Mr. President. Noon pong Huwebes, umikot po tayo sa Bulacan kasama ang ating mga kaibigan, katuwang ang DSWD. Salamat kay Secretary Rex Gatchalian sa kanyang mabilis na pagtugon, na mahagi po tayo ng tulong. Inalam natin kung ano po yung ginagawa at yung lawak ng epekto ng pagbaha sa Bulacan. Nais ko rin pong kunin yung pagkakataon sa ating mga kasamang senador na nagpadala ng suporta. Hindi ko na po kayo iisa-isahin. Kilala nyo na po yung inyong sarili. Marami po sa inyo nakapunta rin sa Bulacan. Out of 572 barangays in our province, mabibilang na lang po, Ginoong Pangulo, kung ilan yung mga barangay na hindi binaa. Kayo po mismo, presiding officer, alam nyo yung Paumbong, Kalumpit at Hagunoy. Ni isang barangay po doon, wala hong nakaligtas. Lahat po nakalubog. Around this time last year, ganun din po yung nangyari, Mr. President. Nandun din po kayo, Ginoong Pangulo. Last year, tandang-tanda ako po, Mr. Presiding Officer. Ang lahat po ng tanungin nyo ngayon sa Bulacan, kung mas malala ngayong taon kesa last year, ang lahat po ng sagot ay oo, mas malala. Mr. President, wag na nga ho tayong lumayo, dito na lang sa Senado, sa Senate premises. And surrounding roads were not spared by severe flooding last week. Mr. President, at its peak, the floods in front of the Senate gate were almost waist deep. Binaharin po ng gusto ang Quezon City, Valenzuela, Malabon, Caloocan, Pasig, Marikina at Rizal. Pati mga lugar sa Makati na mahal ni Senator Nancy, binaha na hindi binabaha noon, binabaha na rin po ngayon. At ano nga po ba ang nagbago sa sitwasyon ngayon, Mr. President? Ang nagbago, lumolobong pondo na binibigay natin para sa flood control program. At pag tumingin po kayo dito, sabi ni Senator Cynthia, wala na kayong makikita, hindi nyo na makita yung Manila Bay, Manila Sands na. Kung tayo po ay magbabalik tanaw dito sa mga reclamation na ito, matagal na pong nababalot ng kontrobersya ang mga ganitong proyekto. Noong 2002, naging malaking issue ang kasunduan sa pagitan ng PEA o Public Estates Authority at Amari Coastal Bay Development Corporation para mag-develop ng higit 150 hectares reclaimed land sa Manila Bay. At sa mga ginawa na pong reclamation projects, may kahit isa po ba, Mr. President, kahit isa na pag-aaral na narinig tayo dito sa Senado na magpapatunay na hindi magdudulot ang mga ito ng pagbaha? Tinanong din po natin yan nung mga nakaraang pagdinig, Mr. President. May we show the clip?
Yes or no lang, Secretary.
Tinanong ko po si Secretary Bonoan kung meron po ni isang pag-aaral na magsasabing hindi nakaka-apekto.
Yes or no lang, Secretary. Naka-apekto
Kakasama
po
ba? Yun.
Hindi, naka-apekto.
Oh,
Ito lang muna.
naka-apekto.
Una yung ngayon, ha, Secretary.
Sige.
Doon na tayo sa past. Dito sa ginawang reclamation dito. Ito, kitang-kita natin dito yan eh. Nakasama po ba? May pag-aaral. If you say na hindi nakasama o hindi nag-worsen, I wanted to see a empirical data or any study that says hindi naman nakasama.
Okay naman po yung pagdahaloy ng kwan dito sa kwan. I think
Secretary, nakasama po ba? Tumaas po ba yung baha?
I cannot offer an answer, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Mr. President, after that particular hearing na ginawa po natin sa Senado, ang Pangulong Bongbong Marcos ordered the indefinite suspension of 22 Manila Bay reclamation projects to give way to a thorough study on their environmental impact and legal compliance. However, Mr. President, just 3 months later, DENR announced that 2 out of 22 reclamation projects were able to pass their compliance review, leading to the approval of the project's resumption. Ginoong Pangulo, tuwing tumitingin po ako sa Manila Bay, laging may kurot ngayon sa aking puso. Tuwing napapatingin po ako sa mga reclamation projects na ito, siguro yun yung dahilan kung bakit hindi na matawag na Manila Bay ang lugar na ito. kung hindi Manila Sands. Mr. President, hindi po pwede na sasabihin na lang po natin sa taong bayan, malakas kasi ang ulan. O di kaya maraming tubig ang ulan na dala ng bagyo. Hindi po ito katanggap-tanggap, Ginoong Pangulo. Hindi naman po tayo nagpapanggap na eksperto sa usapin na ito, pero wag naman po sana nating gamiting dahilan ng climate change. Magpapagawa ka ng proyekto tapos sasabihin mo, hindi mo alam kung uulan, hindi mo alam kung babagyo, hindi mo alam kung babaha. Flood control nga po yung proyekto eh. Hindi ko na ho alam kung ano ibig sabihin ng flood control pag dinefine nyo, Senate Minority Leader. Hindi ko na alam. Ano ba yung control na tinatawag? Parang walang baterya yung control. Wala kahit katiting na control tayong nakita nitong mga nakaraang araw. Wala po bang mga datos sa pag-aaral na makakatulong sa pamahalaan para implement ito? At ngayong taon po, tinignan ko na po yung NEP. 1 billion a day pa rin. Mr. President. Alam nyo, sa Bulacan, kahit po ang mga kalsada na hindi madaanan dahil sa baha 10 or 15 years ago, and I'll say this, looking at each other's faces, looking at each one of you, eye to eye, Mr. President, the past 10, 15 years ago, yung parehong mga kalsada na not passable pa rin. Ewan ko po sa inyong mga lugar, Ginoong Pangulo. Ewan ko po sa lugar ng ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado. Ang tanong ko lang po, hanggang kailan ba tayo gagawa ng feasibility study? Na hindi naman po mai-implementa pag meron na namang feasibility study. O ngayon ho, sa NEP, tinignan ko ngayong taon na ito, 27 billion DPWH alone ang feasibility study. Nakikiusap po ako, Ginoong Pangulo. Nakikiusap po ako sa bawat isa na naririto. Sa aking mga kasamahan sa Senado. Nagsasawa na rin po ako humarap sa aking mga kababayan, Mr. President. Taon-taon na lang. At sasabihin po sa akin, yung hanggang dibdib na baha, Mr. Senator, ngayon lagpas tao na. Ganun na lang po ba? Tatanggapin natin, Mr. President? Ayon po sa datos ng PSA, halos 500 billion pesos na ang halaga ng pinsala na dulot ng bagyo at iba pang sakuna sa ating bansa sa loob ng isang dekada. 10 years, Mr. President. Pero pag tinignan niyo po yung gastos natin sa flood management program alone in the past 10 years, Mr. President, it's 1.14 trillion pesos, Mr. President. 1 plus 1, Mr. President. We need a comprehensive plan to address flooding now more than ever before, because even according to study by Climate Central, an independent organization of scientists, major cities in NCR could be submerged in water by 2050. The same study also indicated that our home province, my home province in Bulacan, could suffer the same fate mas mabilis 25 years from now, Mr. President. Nakakabahala po ito. The billions of pesos that we spend for flood control should also go to projects aligned with the Supreme Court mandamus ruling on Manila Bay, which ordered 13 government agencies to clean up, rehabilitate, and preserve Manila Bay and make it fit for swimming. Meron po 2008 mandamus ruling ng Supreme Court. Sabi po doon sa 13 government agencies, mag-clean up kayo, i-rehabilitate, i-preserve ninyo yung Manila Bay, and make it fit for swimming. Paano ka magsuswim kung puro buhangin ang makikita natin ngayon? Hindi ko naintindihan yun, Mr. President. Gusto ko rin pong malaman. Dahil kung pinapapreserve yung Manila Bay, kung sinasabi make it suitable for swimming, the only thing na nakita ko the past so many years is the Dolomite Beach. Nothing more. Dalangin ko rin po, Ginoong Pangulo, na magkaroon tayo ng clear-cut policy on reclamation projects. Nais ko pong magwakas by saying, Mr. President, na nagkasalansan-salansan na, lumaki na ang problema natin. May oil spill na rin po dun sa motor tanker ng Jason Bradley at MT Terra Nova sa Bataan. At least, yung Jason Bradley, diesel lang. Pero yung MT Terranova, medyo mabigat po, Mr. President. Pinangangambahan din po na aabot ito dito sa Maynila. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, hindi na po band-aid solution ang ating kailangan. Hindi po natutuwa yung mga kababayan natin na dinadala natin sila sa evacuation center. Kahit may dala po tayong relief goods, hindi na po sila natutuwa. Di naman po nila gusto yun eh. Di naman po nila gustong pumipila lagi para makakuha ng relief goods, Mr. President. Wala na pong gusto na pumipila para makatanggap ng relief goods. Ang gusto nila, solusyon. Hanggat wala po tayong klaro, Ginoong Pangulo, hanggat wala po tayong klarong solusyon o master plan, mananatili po itong unli baha. Pero hindi po unli ang resilience ng ating mga kababayan. Hindi po unli ang ating pondo. Hindi po unli ang buhay ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya, Ginoong Pangulo, dalangin ko po sa susunod na mga bagyo, dahil nasa letter C pa lang tayo, Karina pa lamang po tayo, ay hindi na unli ang baha at ang pasakit sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Maraming salamat, Senator Joel. Kaisa po ninyo ako sa pagkadismaya sa nangyaring matinding baha noong nakaraang linggo dahil sa Bagyong Karina. At hindi lamang sa Bulacan nangyayari ito, kundi sa halos maraming parte sa ating bansa. Lalo na kasama na rin naming lungsod sa bayan ng San Juan. At sumasang-ayon din ako na kailangan natin magpatupad at agarang mabigyan ng epektibong solusyon. Maraming salamat, Senator Joel.
Mr. President, Senator Grace Po is seeking the floor.
Senator Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just in reaction to the privileged speech of our colleague, Senator Joel Villanueva. I feel his frustration and his pain, and I would also like to thank our minority leader for this indulgence. It will be very quick. I would just like to give an update, especially with the Finance Committee. We were just in receipt of the National Expenditure Program's budget for this coming year. Kanina lamang ay dumating ang NEP. Lumalabas na 900 billion na budget ng DPWH, 254 billion ang nakalaan para sa flood management program. Ito ay tumaas pa sa nakalaan na budget for this 2024. Samantala, ang MMDA rin ay may sariling budget. Hindi lang DPWH. 5.5 billion ang budget nila at 40% nito or 2.4 billion naman ang nakalaan para sa flood control. Actually, Mr. Chairman, meron pa kaming unfinished business sa MMDA dahil may mga pumping stations sila last year na parang gusto namin tanungin kung talagang gumana ba. So, Mr. President, I would just like to say sa darating na budget deliberation, dadaan sa butas ng karayom ang flood control budget ng DPWH, MMDA, at iba pang mga ahensya. Dahil hindi ako sang-ayon at hindi tayo sang-ayon na dagdagan ng budget para sa flood management hanggat hindi nila na ipapaliwanag na maayos kung paano nila at saan nila ginagastos ang mga pondo nung mga nagdaang taon. Kasi pag sinabing dredging, sinusukat ba natin kung gaano karaming lupa ay natanggal? Saan nila nilalagay yon? Tapos sa mga pagdinig, alam naman natin na ang daming kulang-kulang na mga nangyari. So, yun lamang, Mr. President. I would like to thank our colleague, Senator Joel Villanueva, for raising this very timely and important issue which we seem to experience every year. Kung hindi tag-init, walang tubig, sobra-sobra naman ang tubig. Diba? Parang, yun na. So, maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Grace.
Mr. President, just to also add to what our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance had already mentioned, and I thank her for her support. Mr. President, let me just correct my figure doon po sa feasibility study that was submitted to us in the NEP, page 916, Mr. President, of the expenditure program. Yung support to operations na pre-feasibility study ay 23 billion 605 million po yung exact data na nakuha po natin. At muli, Ginoong Pangulo, gusto ko rin pong sabihin doon na hindi po kasama dito yung binanggit sa atin noon ni Secretary Bonoan na sinasabing game changer na major project doon po sa Central Luzon. Hindi pa rin po kasama dito. Salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Senator Joel.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda would like to express a manifestation of support.
Senator Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Presiding Officer. I would like to commend our colleague, the former Majority Leader from Bulacan, for his timely intervention regarding the floods brought about by Typhoon Karina. Hailing from a province like Bulacan and nearby Malabon, where I was born and raised, we know what our people went through during Karina. But I just have a very brief question. When I went around the day after the typhoon, and I went to my barangay where I was born, which is Potrero in Malabon, Mayor Sandoval was there and mentioned that the navigational valve in Navotas, was not working, and it is under the supervision of the MMDA, and it's been out of service for a while, and it needed hundreds of millions to be upgraded, rehabilitated, and of course, procurement takes time. I want to know if that is part of the reason why, first, there was a storm, second, it's high tide, third, the navigational valve was not working, and that is what would bring in the water from Manila Bay if it's high tide. So I'd like to know if that is part of the reason why Kamanava was easily flooded.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, our esteemed colleague. I think your information is as good as mine. I rely also on the news, Mr. President, that indeed may sira, hindi gumagana, etc. At to add to add salt to the wounds, Mr. President, yung pong narinig natin kaninang umaga sa ating Senate President sa kanyang text message sa bawat isa sa atin, yung pong hindi ko po alam kung parte po yan na sinasabi na hindi daw po gumagana yung pumping station at dahil hindi daw po naka-switch on at ang binigay po sa kanyang rason ay wala pong gasolina at black daw po with trash. The only thing I can mention right now, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, is that when I see this afternoon, the National Expenditure Program, finally, meron na pong ginagawang feasibility study. There was a 15 million allocated funds feasibility study for National Capital Region. So I suppose that would be part of it, Mr. President, distinguished colleague.
MMDA.
This is under DPWH, Madam Mr.
Yes.
President.
Thank you for that information. That's very quick. However, I am told that the navigational valve is under the supervision of the Metro Manila Development Authority. So perhaps we could find out again, ang Metro Manila, ano ba? Sino ba ho ang in charge nino? At ano ba ang DPWH? How do they? Yes, because every time there's a budget season, they always pass the buck, and probably during the time of the Majority Leader, when he was MMDA chair, he must have been in charge of it, but sometimes the taskings and the jurisdictions change. Another question, if I
may answer right away your previous question, Mr. President. And again, I'm just relying on information that was given to me, Mr. President. The navigation gate was damaged after a barge forcefully entered the channel from the sea going to the shipyard in Navotas. And this happened actually in June 7, 2024. So this was before the onslaught of Typhoon Karina.
So it's not. Yes, you're correct. It happened quite recently, and I'm not sure if it's correct. It needs hundreds of millions to repair, and because it's in the middle of the year and it's not a line item, it would take time. And that means if a navigational gate or valve, whatever it's called, is destroyed, then something is not working, and therefore the floods will happen. And that explains it. So my question, which perhaps a good gentleman need not answer is, what do we do when something so major breaks down because of an accident, a barge? How do we actually fix it in the middle of the year when there's no provision for parts or for repair of these expenses?
Mr. President, to answer bluntly, number one, common sense. Kasi turn on lang daw, hindi daw na switch on yung sinasabi sa ating Senate President. Number two, look at what's happening behind us, Mr. President. Easily, you can find out bakit nahihirapan lumabas yung tubig. Puro buhangin na yung nasa harap natin, Mr. President. Number three, which we have been talking about for so many years, and I sound like a broken record, Mr. President, master plan. We have been hearing about master plan, Mr. President. Kasi kung gagamitin po natin, for example, Mr. President, gagalawin natin yung isang barangay, inayos natin. Yung kabila na po yung pupunta yung baha. Pag inayos natin yung buong town, sa susunod na taon po sasama. Pag inayos po natin yung buong probinsya, for example, ng Bulacan, tatamaan naman po yung Pampanga. And that's why we have been calling for a master plan, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, last year, we were told, for example, just in this particular case, the one in Central Luzon, yung binabanggit po kanina ni Secretary Bonoan, it's a 60-kilometer floodway. And he said, and I quote, the project might start this year, Mr. President. And yet, it's still a feasibility study. In fact, if you look at the NEP, wala pa rin po doon sa feasibility study yung supposed to be gagawin. Kaya ako, litong-lito na rin po, and again, I wish to hear what DPWH would say, and I am very eager to find out ano ba talaga yung bagong sagot sa atin ngayon. Pakakansagot po kasi, Mr. President, kayo ho bilang eksperto at kinikilala sa apat na sulok ng daigdig when it comes to the issue on climate change, Mr. President. Senator Ligarda can attest na panahon pa ni Limahong pinag-uusapan na yung climate change. Tapos ngayon sasabihin, climate change kasi kasi malakas ang ulan Kasi mas maraming ulan na dala itong bagyong Karina kaysa sa Ondoy. Hindi po talaga katanggap-tanggap. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat dyan. Ngayon na binanggit nyo yan, babanggitin ko lang ito. Alam po natin na itong bahang ito ay dulot din ng mga basura, bote, lata, plastic na nasa mga daluyan ng tubig sa mga drainage, esteros at kanal. Yung hindi pagpapatupad ng Ecological Solid Waste Management Act. So, we're not even talking about equipment. We're not talking about budgets for maintenance. We're talking about sheer and mere compliance with a more than 23-year-old law. So, ang tanong ko po, MMDA, nandito yung majority leader, dating head ng MMDA. Yan, tayo mga apekto rin sa flood, Bulacan, at Kamanava. Ilang araw sa isang linggo, linilinis ang mga drainage at kanal. At yung mga repair sa kalsada, hindi ba merong mga semento at mga buhangin na pupunta sa mga drainage at maaring yung mga semento naninigas, so it really makes the holes and the crevices in the drainages smaller. So I asked this question not expecting an answer, but maybe a rhetorical question, which I will ask during the budget hearings. How often do the agencies of government and the LGUs, and is it both MMDA and DPWH or only MMDA, should clear and clean all waterways, esteros, canals, and drainages? How often do they do it? Can they kindly give us a report? But if the former majority leader or gentleman from Bulacan would answer me, I would be so happy to have an answer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish I could answer the question, Mr. President, but I also have a question with regard to the mandamus ruling of the Supreme Court. There was a Supreme Court ruling asking the 13 agencies of the government, Mr. President, to comply, Mr. President, with the ruling na i-clean up, rehabilitate, maging fit for swimming ang Manila Bay. Since then, Mr. President, ang tanging nakita ko na proyekto ay yung Dolomite Beach. I don't know. Including river system.
You're correct.
Yun nga sabi, para to be fit for swimming, yun po nakalagay. Fit for swimming, paano ka magsuswimming ho dyan? Buhanginan po.
Tama po kayo. So, ang ating the unanswered questions, Mr. President, would be first, how often, or did they do it at all, clean the drainage, esteros, canals, and waterways? And second, who is responsible, MMDA and or DPWH, and whichever? And third, the maintenance of both pumping stations and navigational gates, valves, all of that. And fourth, the compliance of LGUs to the cleanup of river systems leading to Manila Bay. And fifth, the compliance of government agencies to the Supreme Court mandamus on Manila Bay. All of these questions we cannot answer now, but we hope that the agencies will be ready with the answers during the time of our budget hearings.
Thank you very much,
President.
Mr. President. Just to put in the records, Mr. President, MMDA, DENR, DepEd, DOH, DA, DPWH, DBM, PCG, PNP, Maritime Group, DILG, MWSS, LUA, PPA. They were asked by the Supreme Court to give us a report, to make a report every quarter, Mr. President. So I wonder what happened to that report and what happened to our Manila Sands. Thank you, Mr. President.
I see Senator Cynthia Villar raising her hand.
I just want to manifest how that mandamus of Manila Bay helped our city of Las Piñas. Since I read that mandamus of Manila Bay, and that's giving 13 government agencies to help us clean Manila Bay. Of course, when you want to clean Manila Bay, you clean the river going to Manila Bay. So there was a time that there are 300 squatter in our legislated protected area. I called MMDA to remove them, and they removed because that is part of the mandamus of Manila Bay. And at the same time, I asked MMDA, DNR, and DPWH to give me personnel that will clean our river daily. And they gave me more than 100 personnel to clean our river. So there is one cleaner for every kilometer of our river, in the river and in the river drive that is passing through the river. So actually, if you call on them because of the mandamus on Manila Bay, they will help you. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Ligarda.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President and also our Majority Leader. Hihirit lang po ako, nabanggit yung master plan. And I have the admission of the design group in the DPWH that in fact, maraming lugar, ma'am, ang walang study in terms of long-term planning na study. Pira-piraso. Kaya yung flood control na napupundahan, hindi aligned sa anumang overall flood control program. Ang nangyayari, kung saan lang gusto ilagay yung pondo, doon maglalagay ng kung ano-anong flood control structures, wala kahit anumang basis sa engineering or sa design. Alam naman natin na may konsiderasyon na pinag-uusapan. Nung bago kaming mga congressman, marami rito, kasamahan ko na first termer noon, noong 1998, kailan ba tayo nag-umpisa, 19 kopong-kopong. Nagugulat po kami kung bakit limpak-limpak na salapi ang binibigay sa flood control, walang anuman water body, river system o baybay sa tabi. At ang sabi sa amin, hoy mga bata, huwag kayong maingay, hindi sumisisid ang COA. Malapit na ang eleksyon. I-flood control mo na lahat ng perang yan. And hindi ako nagtuturo, hindi ako nagmamalinis, pero alam po natin kung anong ibig sabihin ng consideration. At nakakabahala dahil unang-una walang master plan, nakakagulat naman yon. At malalaking rivers, malalaking baybay, malalaking waterways at lawa, walang kaplano-plano, kaya nakakanerbiyos. Tapos yung popondohan pa, yung may konsiderasyon. Yun lang po.
President, last to deliver his manifestation.
Senator Binay.
Mr. Chair, just to share, kasi napag-usapan ho yung master plan. Noong 2013 po, after nung Ondoy, nagkaroon ho tayo ng flood management master plan for the Greater Metro Manila area. So siguro maganda hong tingnan, Mr. President, kung ano na hong nangyari dito sa master plan na nagawa noong 2013. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, last to deliver a manifestation is Senator Revilla, but then, Mr. President, the former Mayor of San Juan would also like to deliver a manifestation, Mr. President.
Who's first? Senator De La Rosa.
Senator, the good one.
Yes, Mr. President, just like to make a manifestation. Nabanggit kanina ni Senator Joel Villanueva. Totoo po yun. Nakakalungkot na nakikita po natin. It seems that in our flood control projects, we have almost 300 billion a year. That's 1 billion a day. Pero nakakalungkot na yung pong mga high impact projects that would really mitigate flooding problems in Bulacan, Central Luzon, Pampanga, and Metro Manila, mukhang hindi po nangyayari. Sa halip na mga major floodways, dikes, water impounding systems ang ginagawa, mukhang ito po ay pinagpipira-piraso, pinaghahati-hatian. Mr. President, you will notice also from the air, makikita niyo po, halos lahat na po ng ilog, no? Yung mga slope nila ay sementado na po kahit walang community. Hilig po ang slope protection ng mga proyekto, drainage improvement. But what we need really for us to be able to mitigate and lessen this flood are high impact projects like floodways, mega dikes, and water impounding. Just like to cite also an example that during my time as mayor and congressman, during the incumbency of our majority leader as MMDA chair, dahil po ang MMDA in charge sa flood control projects sa Metro Manila, doon po sa San Juan, alam po ng presiding officer, meron tayong mga 5 barangay na binabaha that are located by the river. Pero kung talagang mag-iisip kayo kung paano ito sosolusyonan, nagawa po natin na parang we were able to put up pumping stations in Balumbato, Salapan, Rivera, and Progreso. No? Sa tulong po ni then Chairman Francis Tolentino. Na wala po, dati 15 to 20 15 feet ang baha doon at hindi nawawala. Pero natanggal po. But this time around, siguro going doon sa mga problema na binanggit po ni Senator Joel, yung pong huling pumping station, Mr. President, sana po sa San Perfecto na ngayon nalubog, ang daming nasayang na ari-arian. Inarang po, inerata po. Sa halip na pumping station, ginawang slope protection, drainage improvement na naman, at pinaghati-hatian na naman. Kung ito po ay nangyayari dito sa Metro Manila, much more in the provinces, Mr. President. Kaya yan po siguro ang nilalarawan kung bakit hindi masolusyonan ang ating pagbabaha sa Central Luzon, particularly Pampanga and Bulacan, na sa halip na high-impact projects like floodways, dikes, and water impounding projects ay nahahati-hati to slope protection, walang katapusan drainage improvement na paulit-ulit at dredging na hindi mo naman mabilang. Yun lang po, Mr. President. Thank you.
So, ang ibig niyo po sabihin, nung chairman po si Senator Tolentino ng MMDA, wala pong baha sa Metro Manila.
Meron naman po, pero sa tulong niya, nabigyan ho tayo ng pumping station sa Barangay Balumbato, Rivera, Salapan. Actually, Mr. President, ginaya po lang natin ito doon sa Navotas because Navotas is below sea level, but they were able to remove the flooding. 70% po ng Navotas lagi lubog nung paglalagay ng bombastic pumping station at ginaya po natin. I'd like to thank the chairman, Francis Tolentino, no, na tinulungan po niya tayo na wala po yung baha sa San Juan. Kaya siguro dapat ibalik na rin si Francis Tolentino sa MMDA. Hindi, biro lang po. Biro lang po, pero maraming salamat.
I appreciate with gratitude the comments given by Senator JV. In fact, Mr. President, I can still vividly recall that I was trying to prevent the flooding of the Agora area. And in Valenzuela, I was working in tandem with the then mayor of Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. We had a VOM project, Valenzuela, Ubando, May Kawayan, Mr. President. So it just rekindled my memories na halos lahat pala dito ay kasama natin noon sa pagbaha, including our efforts in Provident Village and in Makati. Mr. President, the last to deliver a manifestation are still two gentlemen, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and then to be followed by Senator Revilla.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry.
I think, Mr. President, nobody from this august chamber would tend to disagree with the contents of the privileged speech of the good gentleman from Bulacan, Senator Joel Villanueva. So I would like to encourage each and every one of us during the budget deliberations to actively participate in the deliberations para siguruhin natin na may mapupuntahan talaga yung pondo na yan at hindi masasayang. So that's all, Mr. President. I hope sama-sama tayo during budget deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief manifestation, Senator
Mr.
De La
President,
Rosa.
erratum, Senator Ontiveros will be the last to deliver a manifestation.
Correct. Senator Revilla?
is taking the floor.
Who's next?
Ladies first.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Salamat, Madjo. Senator Bong Revilla. I'm quoting, Mr. President, from an initial analysis on flood control budgets. On the Philippine Flood Control or Management Budget, based on fiscal years 2015 to 2024, GAAS, 1.14 trillion pesos has been allocated for flood control projects under the DPWH budget since 2015 to the present. So flood control constitutes nearly 30% of the total budget of the DPWH in the last decade. Na kung ganon, Mr. President, almost 30%, napaka-significant po nun. And that should translate into a significant reduction also in flooding in the country, Mr. President, including here in Metro Manila at sa mga karatig na probinsya. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros.
And finally, Mr. President, Senator Revilla, the chairman of the Senate Public Works Committee, is seeking the floor.
Senator Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I share the same frustrations and my God, talaga, Mr. President, lumipad po ako kahapon, nag-chopper po tayo. I went to Kamanava, I went to to Bulacan, at nakita po natin yung sama ng tama talaga nitong pagbaha, itong Karina. Lalo na po sa Bulacan, Mr. President, talagang dinaano ko yung floodway hanggang Marilao, hanggang nakaabot po ako ng Pampanga. Kitang-kita po natin yung paligid na ng tubig doon sa gilid ng floodway. Siguro ma-high tide lang talagang lulubog. So Mr. President, we really need to do something about it. Ano po ba ang kailangan dito? Kailangan po bang lagyan ng revetment ito? Kailangan ba ng impounding, water impounding doon? Ano po ba ang kailangan? Sa totoo lang, katulad ng sinabi ni Senator Joel Villanueva, talagang nakakapanggigil, Mr. President. Paulit-ulit na lang tayo para tayong mga sirang plaka dito. Sana po, DPWH, anyway, we're supposed to have a hearing tomorrow, no? Committee hearing regarding this problem. Pero na-move po tayo sa Thursday dahil pinatawag yata sila sa Malacanang. So, ganun pa man, pagbibigyan po natin itong ating mga sekretaryo, pero sana po sa Thursday ay umattend kayo ng hearing. MMDA, DPWH, sagutin nyo ang lahat ng katanungan ng ating mga kababayan. Dama po namin ang hirap ng dinadanas ng ating mga kababayan na nakalublob sa baha. Dama namin ang hirap ng mawalan ng mga bahay, ng mga kagamitan na pinaghirapan ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya, mga kababayan, umasa po kayo na hindi po kami titigil. Dama ko po ang gigil ni Senator Joel, ganun din po kami. Dahil paulit-ulit na lamang po kami. Kaya sana po ay may puntahan na tayo sa sa hearing na gaganapin natin sa Thursday. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Salamat, Senator Revilla, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Villanueva and all the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Public Works, as well as the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are, with the consent of the body, I move to consider the approval and ratification of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2432 and House Bills 3917 and 9284. These are the bills on the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the members of the reconstituted bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2432 and House Bills 3917 and 9284. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The following members are hereby designated as conference to the reconstituted bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2432 and House Bill numbers 3917 and 9284. Number 1, Senator Cynthia Villar as chairperson, Senate President Francis Chis Escudero, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, and for the minority, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to consider the approval and ratification of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2221 and House Bill 7325. These are the bills on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the members of the reconstituted bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2221 and House Bill 7325. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none, motion is approved. The following members are hereby designated as conferees to the reconstituted bicameral conference committee, namely Senator Rafi Tulfo as the chairperson, Senate President Francis Chis Escudero, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Amy Marcos, and for the minority, Senator Risa Hontiveros. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Before that, Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Yes, I'll just make a query, Majority Leader, Mr. President. Thank you for recognizing me. Did we, before the change of leadership, did we not elect already a bicameral conference committee on the disagreeing provisions on the OFW or the, is this the overseas Magna Carta? Okay. So this is Magna Carta. Pero yung sa Seafarers Act, wala pa. Di, Magna Carta for Seafarers nga. Magna Carta for Seafarers. May we just ask the Majority Leader, what is the status of the Magna Carta for Seafarers?
We have ratified and the second bicameral conference committee report. It's now being recalled.
Okay. We have a second bicameral conference committee report, and we're going to recall it again. We will have a third bicameral conference committee report. Mr. President, I think, where's the problem? What seems to be the problem? I mean, this is actually it's a strange occurrence. It's a very unusual occurrence in legislation. How can you have three bicameral conference committee reports on the same bill? In other words, something must have been wrong in terms of the executive department together with the legislative department are coming out with a measure that is acceptable to all parties. Hindi maganda siguro yung paulit-ulit magkakaroon ng bicameral. I've never heard of this. As Majority Leader before and Senate President, it's never done 3 times. May we know from the Majority Leader what seems to be the disagreeing portion of Magna Carta for seafarers?
Yes, Mr. President, and it appears that this is not the only measure that would have to undergo the similar, how do you,
Then, alala ko, boss, twice. We've done it before twice for the COCO Levy Fund. Yung COCO Levy Fund, pero never 3 times. This is the first time we've done 3 times. Hindi maganda yan eh. It doesn't look good to the legislators pag paulit-ulit natin na pinapalitan itong mga provisions to after we already ratified or the BICAM committee report.
I totally agree. I agree with the good gentleman from Bukidnon that
At naawa din po ako, Majority Leader, no? Naawa din po ako sa chairman. Si Chairman Raffy Tulfo, because that is his baby, his pet bill. The first measure that he wanted to pass as a Republic Act. So maybe we can assist him, Majority Leader, Senate President, with the agencies concerned. Because, of course, we're trying to avoid the veto of the measure, just like what happened in the measure of Senator Bato de la Rosa on the PNP Modernization Act or Reorganization Act. Maraming nagtampo doon kasi maraming nag-expect that they would be at par already with the AFP. In terms of retirement age of 57. Pero dahil back to zero si Senator Bato, ay kawawa naman yung PNP. Maghihintay na naman muli ng panibagong measure. So of course, we don't want a veto, Mr. President. But I hope that this will be the last bicameral conference committee that will be set up for this measure.
I totally agree, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you.
I totally agree, Mr. President. I think there was an issue on the bond provision, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, Senator Pimentel is taking the floor.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Just a request which will not, of course, upset what we have already done, reconstituting the BICAM panels on the part of the Senate. But just a request if the Senate Legal Counsel plus the Senate Secretary can come up with a study on the legality or constitutionality of what we are doing, Mr. President. Kasi kung nasubmit na ang enrolled bill sa Office of the President per the Constitution, in specific cases siguro hindi pa nasubmit, but meron siguro specific case na nasubmit na yung enrolled bill. I mean, nag-uumpisa na ba yung bilangan ng araw doon? Because I think the Constitution gives the President only 3 possible actions: to approve, to veto, or not to act on it, and yet there will be an effect on the inaction, which is lapsing into law, Mr. President. So ituloy po natin yung reconstitution ng BICAM, tuloy ang BICAM meetings, but if I can request for a legal opinion from our great legal minds in the Senate, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, and this is long-awaited part of our chamber's tradition, Mr. President, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III would like to avail of the privileged hour and to deliver a Contra SONA. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel is recognized. Deliver his Contra SONA.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. My dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and of course to the Filipino people whom we are all serving, allow me to deliver my reaction to the President's State of the Nation address, which he delivered last Monday, July 22, 2024. Let me start by congratulating the President for seriously discharging his constitutional duty to deliver the State of the Nation address. He obviously gave it his best, and it has been his best so far. Let me commend the President for brilliantly structuring his speech, saving the best for last. I was disarmed by the President's very clear and categorical decision to ban POGOs. He has listened to the overwhelming sentiment of the Filipino people. At least one concrete problem was addressed in the SONA. With our myriad problems, we could now say after that memorable SONA, 1 down, 99 to go. Kaya sa isip ko, yung Contra SONA na bala kong gawin ay naging Contra SONA na lamang. And then Wednesday happened. We offer our prayers to all our brothers and sisters who were affected by Typhoon Karina. We offer our condolences to all those who lost loved ones. We stand ready to help those affected, and I ask the Senate leadership to relax our regulations, just as the previous Senate presidents have done, so that each office can be allowed to extend additional help to the typhoon victims. Nakita ko naman ang mabilis at agarang kilos at tulong ng parehong national government at local government units hanggang barangay at pati na rin ang private sector. Naway magpatuloy ang ganitong pagtutulungan, kooperasyon at koordinasyon sa pagpapaabot ng agarang tulong at suporta upang mabilis na makabangon ng ating mga kababayan. Pasalamatan natin ang mga tunay na bayani ng bayan, nabanggit na ito ni Senator Joel kanina, the first responders natin, na-train sa disaster relief operations, frontliners, medical frontliners, mga barangay officials at tanod, even our weather forecasters, mga opisyalis at membro ng neighborhood associations, at marami pa pong mga volunteers. At napansin ko, karamihan sa volunteers ay mga kabataan. At dahil sa tayo nagpapasalamat na rin, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the United Arab Emirates. At sila po ay magpapadala ng isang plane load of relief goods in a total quantity of 800,000 kilograms, and it will be arriving this week, Mr. President. Ito po ang akin namang personal na karanasan. Noong panahon ni Ondoy sa taong 2009, ako ay lumusong sa tubig baha doon sa bahay namin sa Marikina. Pansinin natin yung mga taon, 2009. Noong 2020, dahil naman kay Ulysses, kinailangan naman natin sumaklolo sa mga mahal sa buhay sa dalawang lugar sa Marikina. Nung nakalipas na Miyerkules, July 24, 2024, lubog na naman sa matinding baha ang Marikina, Metro Manila, Bulacan, Pampanga at marami pa pong ibang mga lugar. Nung nangyari ang Ondoy, ang sabi sa akin, huwag kang mag-alala kasi once in a lifetime lang yung pangyayaring yan. Mukhang yung once in a lifetime na pangyayari ay naging once in 10 years at ngayon ay once in 5 years na. Sana nga umabot sa 5 years kasi 4 years pa lang pala ang pagitan nila Ulysses at Karina. We therefore have no choice but to ask hard questions for and on behalf of the Filipino people. According to the President in SONA, ngayon sa pagpihit ng panahon, ang hagupit ng La Nina at mga matinding pag-ulan naman ang ating binabantayan at pinaghahandaan. Mahigit 5,500 flood control projects ang natapos na at marami pang iba ang kasalukuyang ginagawa sa buong bansa. According to a budget expert who has analyzed our annual budget laws, we have allocated at least 1.14 trillion pesos for flood control and flood management projects from 2015 to 2024. That figure is taken just from analyzing the budget of the DPWH. That's close to 1/3 of the DPWH budget, and it goes to flood control. 557 billion pesos of this 1.14 trillion pesos allocated for fighting floods has been allocated under this administration. So in 2022, 129 billion, in 2023, 183 billion, in 2024, 245 billion pesos. So, I will have to ask this question, at hindi ko gagamitin yung millennial way of asking this, using ko pagtanong dito. Ano ang nangyari? Hindi pwedeng ipasa ang blame sa high tide. Kasi wala namang flood control project na pang low tide lamang. Hindi rin pwedeng ipasa ang blame sa rumaragasang tubig kasi hindi ba kasama na yan sa definition ng flood? In Metro Manila alone, the impact of poor flood management is felt. This makes us ask what exactly the Metro Manila Development Authority is doing with taxpayer money for flood control. In 2022, it was 1.4 billion pesos. In 2023, 351 million pesos. In 2024, 455 million pesos. Let us also not use climate change as the scapegoat. If the theory is correct, then our climate has been changing due to human behavior since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the 1700s. So meron kaming factual dispute ni Senator Joel Villanueva kasi sabi niya sa panahon pa ni Limahong eh. So we have a difference of 300 years, Mr. President. Okay. What I instead propose is for us to look at the possibility of character change. On the part of the people, a very simple request, huwag magtapon ng basura kung saan-saan. Lagyan natin ng lohika at sistema ang pagtapon natin ng basura. On the part of contractors and suppliers of government contracts, as well as the owners of construction companies, huwag na po tayong pumasok sa politika para maiwasan natin ang conflict of interest. Tapos, gawin naman natin maayos ang trabaho at gawing reasonable ang kita. On the part of politicians, doon sa mga merong excess investable funds, huwag na po tayong pumasok sa negosyo ng kontraktor or supplier ng gobyerno para maiwasan din ang conflict of interest. Yung investable funds ninyo ay pakilagay na lang sa manufacturing because the history of the human race has proven that manufacturing has the biggest impact on the direction of the economy because it is the main source of jobs, innovation, and increases in productivity. Help make the Philippines be a manufacturing power. But right now, the Filipino people are asking questions and are entitled to accurate answers. I urge the President to direct the DBM, DPWH, and other involved agencies to post online the names of the contractors of government flood control and management projects, as well as the location, amount, and status of these projects. And let us pierce the veil of corporate identity by letting the people know who are the individuals, the human beings who have bagged these lucrative flood control projects. Why do I say lucrative? Because according to my good friend, Senator Joel Villanueva, who has studied the subject matter of floods for years already, the budget for flood control amounts to more than 1 billion pesos per day. And if we put the rate of profit of these contractors at a modest 10%, then some lucky person or groups of persons or some well-connected syndicate of people, when I use the word syndicate, I mean into groups of people, they are earning at least 100 million pesos a day in the name of flood control at the expense of the Filipino people. Mabuti pinasingit ko si Senator Joel Villanueva sa speech niya. At nadagdagan pa tayo ng idea rito. Yung feasibility studies pala. Billions ang feasibility studies. Yung flood control projects in place right now also spent for feasibility studies. So they are not feasible, Mr. President. I'm afraid there's no friendly way to say this, Mr. President. The people deserve accountability. We therefore need to revisit our country's flood control and infrastructure program, and I wish our Chairman, Senator Bong Revilla, all the best on Thursday. On Thursday, when he conducts his hearing, Mr. President. And we need to review too the entire budget process where these are provided for. So I welcome the manifestation of Senator Bato de la Rosa earlier, that he will really take an active role in examining the proposed 2025 budget, Mr. President. On the national budget, the President said, we look to the cooperation of our colleagues in the legislature, not only that our proposed national budget be approved in your usual timely manner, but that it be adhered to as closely as possible. That phrase, pansinin niyo yung phrase, that it be adhered to as closely as possible, to my mind appears to be a very polite request from the President for Congress to respect the constitutional mandate not to exceed the appropriations proposed by the President, including the matter of unprogrammed appropriations. Kung dito kayo sa Senado, ayaw nyo makinig sa minority, makinig naman kayo sa Presidente. The constitutional mandate is simple enough. The Congress may not increase the appropriations recommended by the President for the operation of the government as specified in the budget. Doon sa mga gustong silipin sa nito, Section 25, Article 6 of our Constitution. Napakaraming sinabi ng Pangulo sa SONA tungkol sa kalusugan. Nararapat lang ito kasi ang problema sa kalusugan ng tao ang isa sa mga prioridad ng taong bayan. Inextricably linked to poor education is malnutrition. According to the World Bank, our country ranks 5th among countries in the East Asia and Pacific region with the highest prevalence of stunting, and is among the top 10 countries in the world with the highest number of stunted children. To quote the World Bank report, good nutrition is a foundation for economic prosperity, and investments in nutrition are highly cost-effective. For this reason, I urge this administration to provide strong support to nutrition. Many of the President's health-related pronouncements in the SONA involved PhilHealth. Kaya nakakapagtaka kung bakit babawiin ng national government ang fund balance or reserve funds ng PhilHealth na nagkakahalaga ng mahigit kumulang 90 billion pesos sa ilalim ng fourth trigger for funding the items under unprogrammed appropriations in the 2024 GAA, na marami naman dito ay walang kinalaman sa kalusugan ng taong bayan. Siguro pagdating ng tamang panahon, ay matatanong natin at bakit parang merong inconsistency sa mga kilos po sa executive branch. I applaud the strides that PhilHealth has made as mentioned by the President in his SONA. However, these achievements must not distract us from the fact that PhilHealth is still marred by scandals. Per reports, PhilHealth has lost 154 billion pesos to various forms of fraud, such as reimbursements for ghost dialysis, overpayments, false claims, and upcasing of common ailments. Just last year, a cyber attack by the Medusa ransomware stole data held by PhilHealth, some of which are now on the dark web. So in short, PhilHealth itself is ailing. Meanwhile, the Private Hospitals Association of the Philippines is appealing to PhilHealth to settle its unpaid claims amounting to more than 6 billion pesos. Previous receivables of private health facilities remain in the form of denied, in process, and return to hospital claims, according to PHAPI. Clearly, a review of PhilHealth's charter is imperative, if not also a downright replacement of its leadership. Bakit ba marami pa ang humihingi sa ating mga politiko ng financial assistance kung ang ganda na nitong ating PhilHealth packages tapos mandatory coverage naman ang lahat ng Pilipino? Nangangahulugan na may hindi tama sa sistema. Regarding mental health, this is more than just the prevention of suicide. I hope the mental health programs of both the DOH and PhilHealth announced by the President are broad enough to cover autism and other neurological and developmental disorders that affect how people interact with each other, communicate, learn, and behave. How can we help the families taking care of persons with mental health conditions in addition to the exemption from VAT of certain medicines? How can we extend assistance to the schools, orphanages, and other entities like charitable organizations which are focusing on this neglected and close to forgotten portion of our society? And when we talk about health, let us not forget about dental health. I never heard about dental health in the SONA. I hope the DOH and PhilHealth, out of their own initiatives, can launch similar comprehensive dental health plans, packages, and benefits. My main takeaway from the statements of the President on health is that the amounts of the benefits are rising. However, someone should also be looking at the other side of the equation. The costs of medical procedures, hospital care, diagnostic procedures, medical examinations and tests, medicines and other supplies must not be allowed to spiral out of control. Medical bills are driving even those with decent salaries into poverty. Many Filipinos are avoiding essential treatments or procedures because of the high costs. Essential medicines in the Philippines cost at least 3 times more than in other countries. Vaccine wastage exacerbates our problems by contributing to government financial losses and depleting other critical health resources. Mr. President, the inequities and challenges in our healthcare system demands immediate and focused action. The Senate minority stands ready to help. I wholeheartedly agree with what the President said about education. The educational system must be calibrated to improve levels of literacy, numeracy, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills among the youth. I just want to add, by way of exaggeration, an idea to drive home a point about how and where we should prioritize when it comes to education. If we only have 1 peso to spend on education, let us spend it on basic education. And in basic education, if we only have 1 peso, then let us spend it on reading. Because a person who can read with comprehension can learn for or teach himself or herself mathematics, science, history, even the Philippine Constitution, should he or she desire to do it. A quote by Rizal scholar Rado Gatchalian becomes relevant. Rizal's misfortune is that he left great volumes of literary works and letters to a nation that does not read. Because Filipinos do not read, our country does not progress as a reflective society. Ayon naman sa Year 1 report ng EDCOM 2, mula 2009 hanggang 2023, ang average passing rate sa licensure examinations for teachers, yan po yung LET, para sa elementary ay 33% lang at 40% lang para sa secondary. Ang malala pa dito ay mula 2012 hanggang 2022, may kabuuang 182 na higher education institutions ang may zero passing rates sa LET. Inaasahan natin ang CHED na sa maigting na pagmomonitor ng mga HEIs na binigyan ng pagkakataong makapagbigay ng angkop at kalidad na edukasyon sa mga nais magturo. Therefore, we have to be strict. Kung ayaw natin mambagsak ng estudyante, ay dapat handa tayo mambagsak ng eskwelahan para sa mga teacher na hindi makaproduce ng graduate na pumapasa sa licensure examinations for teachers. I agree that we have to revisit the curriculum for basic education. And when we do revise it, it should be less crammed than the present one, focused on the core competencies, and imparts practical and useful knowledge. None of our students must ever get the feeling that he or she is wasting his or her time in school. Ang pagtaas ng presyo ng bilihin, kasama na ng pagkain, ay maaari na nating tawagin na inflation. Inflation refers to the general increase in the prices of goods and services in an economy over time. It means that the purchasing power of money decreases as prices rise. As the famous economist Milton Friedman once said, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, in the sense that it is and can be produced only by a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than in output. Output means productivity. Kaya tama ang presidente nung sinabi niya na lokal na production pa rin ang ating mas bibigyan ng halaga kung patuloy nating sinusuportahan ang sektor ng agrikultura upang kaya patuloy nating sinusuportahan ang sektor ng agrikultura upang mapabilis, mapadali at mapalakas ang produksyon. The Senate minority stands ready to help in this regard. The President is obviously a firm believer in the Kadiwa store concept. I don't know why. Allow me to repeat what I said about Kadiwa in the Contra SONA I delivered last year. The President mentions that the Kadiwa store concept has shown that we can bring down the prices of rice, meat, fish, vegetables, and sugar. However, what we should understand is that the Kadiwa stores are in effect pop-up discount stores, which are location-bound, time-bound, and with limited supply of goods. In short, these are set up quickly for short-term operation in a temporary location. Band-aid solution. Ang kailangan natin ay pangkalahatang pagbaba ng presyo ng mga bilihin, lalo na ng pagkain sa buong bansang Pilipinas. Walang pinipili, lahat makikinabang. And to achieve this with food items, I agree that we have to boost agricultural production, and our farmers must be able to sell in volume. To generate and produce both jobs and food, and at the same time fight inflation, let us concentrate on agriculture. Produce more food, increase the yield of our land. Productivity is the answer. That was what I said last year. According to the FAO State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World 2023 report, 44.7% of the Philippines population faces moderate or severe food insecurity. According to an October 2022 World Food Program survey, 1 in 10 Philippine households experienced food insecurity. Sa maikling salita, malaking porsyento ng ating populasyon ang nakakaranas ng kakulangan sa pagkain. In line with these unappetizing statistics, I adopt the view of the non-governmental organization Rise Against Hunger. And I quote them, "The work to end hunger starts with a meal, but it does not end there. It leads to education, empowerment, resilience, and more." Of course, a volatile climate is a major contributor to food insecurity, but so is social injustice, manifested by uneven wealth distribution and uneven income distribution. Thus, while the Walang Gutom 2027 program is laudable and deeply appreciated, effort should be taken to end hunger permanently. We also need to help more rural farmers connect to the markets. Sabi ng Pangulo, matatapos ngayong taon ng 1,200 kilometro ng mga farm-to-market road sa buong bansa. We commend this administration for this achievement, pero nararapat lamang na magawa nga ang mga ito dahil tayo sa legislatura ay naglaan ng mahigit 17 billion pesos sa kasalukuyang budget upang maitayo ang mga kalsadang ito. Sana ay masigurado na ang mga kalsadang ito ay magagamit ng ating mga magsasaka para sa mas mabilis na pagdadala ng kanilang ani sa merkado. It is also commendable that this administration has provided 500 million fingerlings and 3,000 bangkas to our fishermen. However, we must not overlook the fact that the Philippines is still the most overfished country in Southeast Asia. Overfishing damages the marine ecosystem, which in turn threatens our own survival. Conservation group Oceana has stated that more than 75% of the nation's fishing grounds are already depleted. Traditional fishery management has motivated fishermen to catch as much as possible, as quickly as possible, without regard to the long-term health of the fishery. But when fisheries institute rights-based management instead of a fishing ban, fishermen become highly motivated to become stewards of their oceans. This has worked in the United States, where overfishing has dropped 60% in federal waters since 2000. Bago natin iwanan ang paksa ng agrikultura, kailangan pag-isipan at pag-usapan natin bakit ang 20 milyong tonelada na ani ng palay ay katumbas lamang ng 13 milyong tonelada ng bigas. Yan po ang inamin ng Pangulo sa SONA. Marami bang pag-aaksaya rito sa atin sa produksyon ng bigas? And congratulations are in order to the Department of Agrarian Reform sa dami po ng achievements na binanggit ng Presidente sa SONA. Just like last year, I again question the President's figures on the employment rate and the poverty rate. According to the President's SONA, our employment rate has increased to 95.9%. This means that on the other side of the coin, the unemployment rate is only 4.1%. My sixth senses tell me that this couldn't be the case. The Senate President Zubiri is asking me why 6 senses? Because in addition to our 5 senses, we have the political sense. According to the President SONA, our poverty rate has significantly dropped to 15.5%. I believe that DSWD's own lists on indigents contradict this number. Also, in a survey conducted by the social weather stations on the fourth quarter of 2023, 47% of Filipino families rated themselves as poor. When it comes to rating employment and poverty, may I ask the executive branch to come up with better framed questions in the surveys that they conduct. The President has a mathematics educational background just like this representation, and he says that he wants evidence-based or science-based decision-making. Hence, we have to come up with accurate information and data. Let us Philippinize our survey questions. Huwag lang yung kinukuha sa International Labor Organization or any other place. Ilagay sa tamang konteksto ang surveys natin. Tandaan po natin na dito sa Pilipinas, ang isang pamilya na pwedeng hindi mahirap or poor sa rating system ng ibang bansa, pag merong magkasakit sa pamilya, ay siguradong tiklop ang tuhod at ang iba pa dyan ay madadapa na. The President said in his SONA, notably, we also saw an increase in middle-skilled employment, wage and salaried employment, and full-time jobs. So why don't we use full-time jobs as the gauge for employment? Yung full-time job, hindi na nga kayang bumuhay ng pamilya. Kaya anything less than full-time employment should not be counted as employment. As with all things, quality in employment matters just as much as quantity. Hinihiling natin na ang DOLE, kasama ang PSA at Institute for Labor Studies, ay makapaglabas ng datos na tiyak na magpapakita ng dami ng mga Pilipinong may kabuhayang kaya bumuhay ng pamilya. Sabi ng Pangulo sa SONA, sa lahat ng mga ginagawa nating ito, katuwang natin palagi ang pribadong sektor, lalo na sa mahalagang bagay ng trabaho at pasahod. With tripartite consensus, minimum wage levels have been increased in various sectors in all regions, including the BARM for workers in private establishments. Makapagdudulot ito ng ginhawa sa mahigit 4 na milyong mga kababayan natin at kanilang mga pamilya. Mga salita ni President po yan. But Mr. President, if we do the math, we will see that the regional wage increases almost always just follow the published inflation rate. There may have been a consensus to follow a formula, but obviously no lengthy debate or discussion on whether the starting amounts were already sufficient to sustain the minimum wage earner's family under decent and humane modern living conditions. The regional wage determination system is clearly failing us right now. Hence, I believe a legislated new minimum wage is the call of the day. I am sure that our call for a wage increase will be labeled as inflationary. Huwag po tayong maniwala dyan, pang Western School of Thought po yan, na kung saan dinidikit nila ang unemployment rate sa inflation rate, na kung tumaas daw ang uninflation rate ay bababa ang inflation rate. Handa silang isakripisyo ang tao sa ngalan ng inflation rate, pero dito sa Pilipinas, gawin natin ang pagkaproduktibo ng tao ang maging sagot sa inflation. We can fight inflation through fiscal policy and monetary policy. Ang fiscal policy, primarily through the budget, ay pananagutan natin. Ang monetary policy naman ang responsibilidad ng BSP. Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. As of this writing, the Philippine peso, which has been depreciating against the US dollar, closed at 58.38 pesos to the dollar. 3 weeks ago, Maybank Research said the peso-dollar rate will likely return to the record 60 pesos to $1 low this quarter. What has the BSP been doing all these years on the matter of inflation and on the protection of the purchasing power of the Philippine peso? In reality, the BSP activities which have captured my attention are, number one, their adoption of a new logo, and number two, their introduction of a new 1,000 peso note in our monetary system. Last 28 September 2022, I delivered a speech questioning the BSP for using polymer or plastic material in the new 1,000 peso bill, which is intended to replace the banknote currently in use, which is made up of 80% cotton and 20% abaca. Abaca is a Philippine product and is so much part of our history and Filipino identity. Why then shift to plastic when the President in SONA said that local production is a priority? Kawawa naman ang ating mga 200,000 abaca farming families. I was told that the use of polymer banknotes is just a pilot test. But now we are receiving information that the BSP is already in the process of ordering billions of pieces of this polymer banknote. I filed Senate Resolution number 3, which seeks an investigation on the frequent changes in the Philippine banknotes and coins. Why did the BSP purchase polymer substrates when the Philippines does not even have the proper machine to print 1,000 peso polymer notes? Magkano ba ang contract price ng ating 1,000 peso polymer notes? What is the result of the pilot testing? And why are we proceeding with the project without announcing the results of the pilot test? Who supervises the BSP? The oversight of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas by Congress must be strengthened, like making them appear before Congress at least twice a year to justify their programs and decisions, like the decision to remove abaca from Philippine banknotes, as well as their policy decisions, given that our peso has lost a lot of its value compared to the US dollars and maybe even to other currencies. While the Constitution grants the BSP independence, it does not grant them impunity nor immunity from hard questions. We thank the President for his report on the energy sector and congratulate his administration for the many firsts in the report. However, the energizing report of the President means nothing to the people if Filipinos still pay one of the most expensive electricity rates in Asia, if not the entire world. The President specifically mentioned 5 measures being undertaken to help the people cope with the high cost of power and energy. However, this representation finds the measures to be temporary in nature and superficial. I believe it is really time to amend the IPIRA law and make it fulfill its original promise to make the cost of electricity reasonable and affordable for every Filipino. But energy is a very complex matter for legislation. I admit that. This is where we need to pray, my dear colleagues, for another character change. That those who are experts in the field of energy will use their superior technical and legal knowledge for the good of the Filipino nation and not in order to be able to game the system for their own personal benefit or for their oligarch employers. The Senate minority stands ready to help in this regard and will be vigilant against possible regulatory capture. During the budget deliberations last year, I noticed that this administration promises total electrification in the country. So let me warn the executive branch of the danger of over-promising once again. Data show that as of June 2023, 91.1% of Filipino families have access to electricity, although this electricity supply remains intermittent. The estimated project cost for energization of 10,212 sitios is 21 billion pesos. For off-grid areas, there are about 23 households that need to be electrified, and the estimated cost for this is 30 billion pesos. So the question is, where shall we get the money to fund this administration promise? So mag-ingat-ingat po tayo in making over-promises. Look at housing. Housing was barely mentioned in the SONA. This is one area where the President over-promised in his past SONAs. The initial goal was to build 1 million houses per year until 2028. The Philippines is grappling with a severe housing crisis impacting informal settlers and low-income families. Paglabas pa lang natin sa Senado, marami na tayong makikitang walang tahanan at nasa lansangan. The United Nations estimates that there are 3.7 million informal settler families in the country, with 500,000 in the National Capital Region, living in high-risk areas such as slums, riverbanks, steep slopes, and even cemeteries. I believe the government has tremendously reduced its target for the pambansang pabahay para sa Pilipino housing program. Yan po yung 4PH. One need not be a construction expert to realize that the promised amount of housing cannot be delivered in the proposed time period. We hope to be apprised of the housing sector's more realistic goals, as well as their achievements so far during the upcoming budget deliberations. Wala ring banggit sa SONA tungkol sa sama ng traffic at pati ang controversial na PUV modernization program. Ang Metro Manila ang top 1 sa pinakamasakip na trapiko sa buong mundo noong 2023. Meron pong study na ganyan. An average driver or commuter in Metro Manila spends approximately 240 hours on the road, of which 117 hours were spent trapped in traffic. Ibig sabihin, sa loob na isang taon, halos 5 araw ang nasasayang ng ating mga kababayan dahil lang sa matinding trapiko. Siguro this could be used as an argument, lalo na dun sa mga empleyado po, no? Na as a reason to justify wage increase. Kasi hindi ba parang overtime na rin yun? Na in going to and from work, 117 hours po ang nauubos ng ating mga workers and employees. Traffic cannot be solved by national law. The laws can only provide the framework. The MMDA is already there, as well as the local government code. This is a job for the executive branch. Mr. President, Mr. or Miss Local Chief Executive, please solve the traffic problem in your area. Not everyone can have police escorts like you do. The PUV modernization program is controversial, just like POGO. That is why it is a wonder to me why it was not mentioned in the SONA. Mukhang hindi pinag-isipang mabuti ang PUV modernization program. It may look good on paper with its European standards, but it may be impossible to execute in reality. Masyadong mahal ang modern jeepney na itsurang minibus na para sa isang karaniwang tsoper. Modern jeeps cost between 1.6 to 2.8 million pesos per unit, excluding overhead expenses pa yan. Even with a government subsidy of 210 to 280,000 pesos per unit, it remains unattainable for drivers earning only 300 to 500 pesos daily. And to offset these costs, fares may even double or triple, significantly impacting our commuters. The PUV modernization program in its current form is fundamentally flawed and unjust. The government is not yet ready to implement it. I therefore urge the DOTR to step on the brakes and suspend the implementation of the program and consider those already complying as being under pilot testing, and then give the Filipino people a comprehensive report on the results of the pilot test at the soonest possible time. Ang utang na dapat bayaran ay hindi rin nabanggit sa SONA ng Pangulo. I believe that given the gargantuan amount of our national debt, its effects on our national life must at least be mentioned in every SONA. Data from the Bureau of Treasury showed that the national debt stood at 15.02 trillion pesos as of April this year. For 2024 alone, the national government's debt service expenditures are expected to reach 1.9 trillion pesos, divided into 1.24 trillion pesos for principal amortization and 670 billion pesos for interest payments. We are often reassured that our debt is under control, but this overlooks the fact that the Filipino people and our future generations will inherit a legacy of higher taxes, fees, and other charges. Hindi dapat utang ang pangunahing pamana ng henerasyon natin sa susunod. With 110 million Filipinos, tama ba yung ano natin? 110 million Filipinos. With 110 million with 110 million Filipinos on a per head basis, our debt is around 136,000 pesos per person. Ang utang natin ay dinadagdagan natin kada taon sa pamamagitan ng budget law kasi mas gusto natin gumastos ng mas malaking halaga kaysa sa kinikita natin. Isa sa mga gastusing sumusobra na ang bigat, pasanin, ay ang issue of military and uniform personnel pension reform. Why was this not mentioned in the SONA? Is this administration following the kick steps of previous administrations by kicking this particular can down the road for the future generations to decide? Sayang, Mr. President, as I believe that you still have the political capital to be able to swing this and actually solve it. Congratulations are also in order, Mr. President. For the second straight year, I join the President in congratulating the BARM for all of its achievements. May the BARM continue to show the Filipino people the benefits of local autonomy, the parliamentary system, intergovernmental cooperation, inclusive and good governance, and of course, the benefits of peace, law, and order. We congratulate the judiciary for remaining independent and trustworthy. We look forward to the budget deliberations to hear and learn more about the direction, plans, and programs of the judiciary in the coming years. We congratulate the DOJ, the PNP, the NBI, and other law enforcement agencies for the overall decrease in crime rate and the improvement in crime solution efficiency as reported by the President. But I want to bring attention to the conduct of warrantless arrests, use of excessive force during arrests, and unreasonable arrests made after a significant passage of time, which may constitute violations of the Bill of Rights. Nananawagan ako sa ating mga ahensyang nagpapatupad ng batas na suriin ang mga pamantayan at pamamaraan sa pagpapatupad ng pag-aresto, lalo na ng mga warrantless arrests. We must not rest on our laurels. There are reports that the Philippines still ranks low in safety rankings for certain key professions. In 2023, the Global Witness called the Philippines the most dangerous place for environmental defenders for the 10th straight year. The Philippines now ranks 100th out of 142 countries with a rule of law score of 0.46 according to the Rule of Law Index report. The index score ranges from 0 to 1, with 1 being the highest and having the strongest adherence to the rule of law. We also congratulate the entire executive branch for implementing our peace agreements effectively and in utmost good faith. We congratulate the DFA, the AFP, the Philippine Coast Guard, our fisher folk, and other volunteers for their vigilance and excellent handling of tensions and other challenges in the West Philippine Sea. The fact that we are not at war and no one is talking anymore about going to any war is the proof of this excellent handling of such a complicated and sensitive issue. We congratulate the President too for his call for de-escalation of tensions in the contested areas. For me, this means to civilianize, not to militarize. DFA before DND. PCG before AFP. The Senate minority, with the permission of my partner, is ready to cooperate with the President in the passage of the legislative measures he requested specifically in the SONA, such as the Maritime Zones Law, the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Law, and the law granting legal personality and capacity to the Board of the Loss and Damage Fund. In conclusion, I believe the President delivered his best SONA so far. We may not be political allies. We may not see eye to eye in our proposed solutions to our country's most pressing and serious problems. But that SONA delivered by the President convinced me of these things: that President Marcos loves his country and that he is trying his best. But when I say we do not see eye to eye on specific actions, let me give you an example. In the matter of Memorandum Circular Number 52, which directs government agencies to include in their weekly flag ceremonies the Bagong Pilipinas hymn and the recitation of the Bagong Pilipinas Pledge. Disagree po ako dyan, Mr. President. I understand the purpose of this Memorandum Circular maybe is to strengthen patriotism and love of country. I too believe that we should strengthen love of country and patriotism. But as a lawyer, I have my concern about the rule of law or following the law. The flag and heraldic code mandates what should be included in the flag ceremony. Alam nyo ba na ang national anthem, lahat ng salita ng ating national anthem ay na-reproduce dun sa flag and heraldic code? Sinulat dun. Alam nyo ba na yung yung panunumpa sa watawat, kada salita noon ay nandun din po sa batas na yun? That's why it is the position of this representation that any addition or modification to the conduct of our flag ceremony should emanate from the people's chosen representatives, the legislature, by way of legislation and not through a memorandum circular. Delikado po ito kung payagan natin sa mere memorandum circular because involved na po rito ang pag-iisip ng ating taong bayan. The Senate minority will show our love of country by fulfilling our role in good faith as the check and balance in the Senate and also in our democracy. Once again, let me say this, given our country's numerous problems, which includes our astronomical national debt, we cannot afford to lose time and waste resources. Let us focus on what is truly important to the life of the Filipino. We need to get our acts together as problem solvers. Let us use our kokote for the common good. Ang dunong itulong. We need to act in good faith out of love for country. We need to want a just and fair, progressive and safe society. Ang formula natin for national development ay creativity, connectivity, community. Ang Senate minority ay handang magsakripisyo at gampanan ang kanilang trabaho para sa isang makatarungan, patas at progresibong Republika ng Pilipinas. May God bless our beloved country. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President, at sa ating mga kasama sa inyong oras.
Thank you, our Minority Leader, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we thank the good Minority Leader for his Contra SONA, Mr. President, and we move that the same be noted by the Committee on Rules, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we
But
consider...
before the Majority Leader moves, I think the Senator Zubiri, our former Senate President, seeking the floor. Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, it would not be, we would not do justice to the Contra SONA of our Minority Floor Leader if we do not ask just a few clarificatory questions, Your Honor. If the good gentleman may silingan in Cagayan de Oro.
We will try our best, Mr. President. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, Mr. President, I salute the good Minority Floor Leader for delivering a Contra SONA, be that it is his duty as well as Minority Floor Leader to give us out inputs on the President's speech. And for the record, I would like to tell him that I was listening intently from the very beginning of his speech. And I'd like to congratulate him for pointing out some of the problems that we're facing now in our country. Mr. President, in his initial salvo and his Contra SONA was about flood control. I have a mouthful to say about flood control as well, but I'd leave it na lang to our dear former Majority Leader, my Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, to propound all the pertinent questions on flood control, or at least make it on record later on after I speak. So I will not anymore discuss on that issue. I would like to make special mention that you had, of course, placed front and center of your Contra SONA the issue on POGO. And I'm glad that you mentioned this because eventually the President declared a ban on all POGO, which was really our position in the Senate, of course, in different ways of doing it, but I think it was the most applauded portion of his speech. It was met with a thunderous applaud from everyone, and I'm sure even those who are watching in TV in their homes. However, Your Honor, Mr. President, to our Minority Floor Leader, there's been conflicting statements by the POGO chairman, my dear friend, Al Tenco. Ano ba talaga ang posisyon would the good Minority Floor Leader? Kasi sabi daw, tanggalin na daw yung illegal, iwan na lang daw 12. Ano ba talaga? Total ban ba siya, Mr. President? Or selective ban? Or is it a change in name? I hope that the Minority Floor Leader could maybe clarify the meaning of the statement we've been hearing by the chairman of POGO.
Mr. President, nanood po ako ng hearing ni Senator Risa Ontiveros kanina at nandun si POGO chairman and then categorically kinonfront nga siya kasi nga nakuha parang pagkatapos ng SONA parang may naramdaman tayong kilos na parang i-model yung very clear instruction of the President.
Yes.
Parang may nararamdaman tayong kilos na to model it. But kanina, kinonfront na po ang POGO chairman at sinabi niya, ang illegal, hindi na siya dapat utusan na illegal ngayon.
Illegal.
Kaya ang utos is about the legal, the POGOs with permits. And even if the acronym has been changed to IGL, kasali pa din sila. So, and pagkakaalam ko, ang bilang ay 43. I think 43. Sama. 43. Lahat yun. Kasama. So,
Ano po sagot niya, Mr. President?
Yun yung sagot niya. Yun yung sagot ni...
Na-ban na lahat?
Oo, na-ban lahat. Ban lahat. At wala nang attempt na...
Palitan pa.
Baka yung binaban ay yung illegal lang. Kalokohan po yun, ha? Wag, mga kababayan, wag tayong kumagat sa mga ganun na pagsasabihin na, yung binaban ay yung illegal. Illegal na nga yun. Kaya nga, ang pinag-usapan lang talaga natin dito ay illegal. So, tulad po ng... sinabi ko kay POGO chairman din nung nag-usap kami immediately after the SONA, sabi ko ang POGO nakilala sa POGO, chance na ninyong maging pogi yung POGO. So you implement to the letter the very clear and categorical instruction of the President. And sa hearing kanina na confirm naman po na that is what they intend to do.
So that's what they intend to do. I'm glad to...
But subaybayan pa rin natin, Mr. President.
Opo. Maybe we can recognize the chairperson of the committee of the hearing today, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Tibayros, recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, at sa Minority Leader at sa former Senate President. Dagdagan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Sen Coco at salamat sa pagsubaybay sa hearing kanina. Totoo po, in May this year, sa isang international conference sa Las Vegas, inanunsyo ni POGO Chair Tenco at na-cover sa media na at that time, pinapalitan ng POGO yung nomenclature at acronym ng mga POGO to IGL. So talagang change of name lamang at change of acronym lamang. And after nung ban na inanunsyo ni Presidente nung SONA, in fairness kay POGO Chair Tenco, nung tinanong siya ng media, actually inulit niya po yun. Na oo, ang POGO pa man ang pangalan o IGL na ang pangalan, banned, effective nung Lunes, nung inanunsyo ni Presidente, to wind down until the end of this year, and ngayon pa lang, mahanapan na ng kapalit na trabaho yung mga tansya nila mga 40,000 na mga kababayan nating maapektuhan. In fact, sa hearing, nasubaybayan siguro ni Minority Leader, pati yung mga specifics na mga economic zones na dati nakakapag-issue or nabibigyan ng lisensya na magkaroon ng POGO sa loob nila, ay pati sa mga iyon, banned na. So it's really a total ban of POGOs, effective July 2022 hanggang December.
And also IGL.
POGO, IGL, ano pa man ang pangalan yan. Ika nga, a rose by any other name smells as sweet or smells as bad. Dahil lahat yan POGO, ban po. Salamat,
And for the record, we'd like to congratulate
Leader at Mr. President.
We'd like to congratulate the perseverance, the courage of our distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I want to put that on record, together with Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, on really uncovering this issue, even with this blatant disregard for their safety. So, we salute you, ma'am. I mean,
thank you so much po.
I think that moment when the President banned it, I think, for me, I think that was a vindication of all the batikos, insulto na naitanggap ninyo ng kung sino-sino pa ang tumutulak nito mga POGOs na ito. I think Congratulations, sir, in order.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. It was also a credit to the committee system here at the Senate.
Yes.
Dahil since 4 years ago na sinimulang investigahin ng Committee on Women, there had been prior investigations ng Committee on Labor on the illegal recruitment, tapos of the Committee on Economic Affairs, na in fact unang nakapaglabas ng committee report recommending to ban POGOs within a 3-month period. And ngayon, our Committee on Women was very happy to join with those fellow committees of the Senate. Talagang nagdiwang po kami nung binan po ni Presidente ang POGOs. At if I may say also, Mr. President, for the record, maraming salamat sa Office of the Senate Sergeant at Arms sa malaking trabahong ginawa rin po nila in support sa ating investigasyon, pag-serve ng medyo marami-raming subpoena at saka contempt citation. Kaya't in fact may 2 subject nung contempt citation na finally nakapag-testigo na kanina sa hearing, and kung hindi pa man nangyari na, ay malapit na ring i-release ni General Angkan dahil sila po ay rumespeto or napilitang rumespeto sa mga proseso ng Senado. So,
Yes.
muli, dagang salamat.
Yes, salamat, ma'am. And
Minority
yeah, we're
Leader
proud
Mr.
that this institution truly respects the committee system, no matter what it takes, no matter what pressure that that comes our way. So again,
Here,
mabuhay
Mr.
po, ma'am.
President.
Mabuhay. So if I may continue, Mr. President, so we thank the good gentleman for bringing up that issue of POGO. At least nalinawan na, nabigyan na linaw. Wala na talaga. Total ban na. On the issue on labor, I would like to thank the Minority Floor Leader for bringing this up. Medyo nabitin din po ako sa issue ng labor because there was an initial, of course, the President always refers to the regional wage boards. And ano naman po natin, Mr. President, napakababa po ng binibigay po nilang daily wage increases. As a matter of fact, there was only one region that released, which was NCR, recently. Tapos na yung last year. Just because inflation was so high, they had to react. But again, everything was a pittance. Talaga napakababa. And then nag-release muli yung NCR na medyo nakaka-insulto, I think 35 pesos, hindi pa kasya sa 1 kilong bigas ang pinarelease po nilang additional wages. And it's not, we don't consider this living wages, and it's too slow. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, for the information of my dear kababayan from Mindanao, Mindanao still has a daily wage of less than 400. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Barm and Caraga is 385 pesos, if I'm not mistaken. We're less than 400 po. 385, 390 pesos. Yung alam naman po natin, Mr. President, yung presyo ng gasolina, ganun din ang presyo doon kaysa dito sa NCR. Presyo ng pagkain, ganun din po ang presyo ng bigas sa Mindanao. Yung McDonald's at Jollibee, hindi naman nag-iiba yung presyo sa Mindanao kaysa sa Manila. It's the same. So the cost, and sometimes the electricity is even more expensive in Mindanao. It is actually more expensive. In Cagayan de Oro, it's about 14 pesos per kilowatt hour. In Metro Manila, it's 9 pesos per kilowatt hour. So mas mahal pa ang kuryente dun. And yet, the regional wage boards have not acted on these petitions and increases requested by our kababayan. So, I thank the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and Marikina that he raised the issue that I think now is the time that we should act on a legislated wage hike to put a floor on the price of wages, just like what they do in other countries like Europe and the United States. Will the good gentleman agree with me, sir?
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, I fully supported your measure. Your specific measure, and your initiative to also shepherd that measure to pass our chamber, which it did pass.
Yes,
no?
sir.
And, ang punto ko lang, Mr. President, wala namang legal obstacle na kahit may regional wage board system tayo na ang pag-feeling ng Kongreso, although nagre-react kayo, hindi realistic yung mga reaction ninyo. Katulad sinabi ko sa speech ko, pag i-compute po natin, sinusunod lang nila yung published inflation rate eh. Yun lang kung 4%, increase nila by 4% eh. Ang regional minimum wage eh.
Yes.
So this is actually if Congress believes that it is not working, walang legal obstacle for us to directly act, establish a new minimum wage, and then we still allow the system to take over na wala silang choice, but now that is now the new floor. Minimum the floor wage in their in the region, Mr. President. That is the idea. And ang hindi ko po naintindihan, Mr. President, is nagpasa tayo rito sa Kongreso ng certain amount sa Senate, then sa House of Representatives bigla sila nag-propose ng higher amount, and then ang resulta stalemate. Dapat hindi. I mean, dapat nga maging masaya eh. Pero ba, hindi ko po yun po hindi ko naintindihan. Anong klaseng proseso yan? Ibig sabihin nun, they agree with what we passed. They want more, and yet because of that, we are in a stalemate.
Yeah.
So I think, Mr. President, siguro the new Senate leadership can reach out to the House of Representatives to find out.
Actually, I would like to
vote
put on record, Mr. President, with the permission of the Minority Floor Leader, we dare them. If they want to pass a 200 peso minimum wage act, let's do it. Pass it.
Yun na nga.
Pass it. We dare them to do it. But not to act on it, I think, is a big slap on the face of all our laborers. Kawawa talaga sila, Mr. President. And if you notice, there were series of surveys after the President SONA, yun pa rin ang ng tao eh, yung presyo ng bilihin at mababang sweldo. So, it goes back to that. Unless we answer these issues, talagang it will always frustrate the people. Hindi tayo magiging happy nation. Ika nga, if you do the survey, self-rated poverty has increased. So, I think the challenge now is asking our leadership to of course, Senate President Escudero, together with the leadership of the Senate now, to talk to the House and ask them not to, wag nila sanang pabayaan o hayain or hindi pansinin. Oo, hindi pansinin yung ating request for a legislative raise. And they have party list congressmen that are members of the labor group. So, and I hope that they listen to these party list congressmen who have been pushing for these legislated wage increases. I think that would make the President's SONA and his leadership, I think, a slam dunk, or sa baseball pa, a home run. Pag nangyari yun. Kasi almost how many millions of workers, as he said, how many millions of workers will not just be employed, but they will be happily employed. So, we thank you, the good gentleman, Mr. President, for bringing that issue up. On the issue of PIRA, Your Honor, because the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, my neighbor, is absolutely correct that we are probably paying one of the most expensive rates in all of Asia, maybe next to Japan.
Next to Japan, the world.
I was recently in South Africa, and I asked the rates there. I think it was like 6 pesos per kilowatt hour ang binabayad ng ordinaryong mamamayan doon sa South Africa. And when you go to other countries, talaga napakababa ng presyo. Dito, I was in Siargao yesterday, Your Honor, with my family for the weekend. Alam niyo po, grabe ang brownout dun. The resort we're staying has to open their genset from 10 in the evening to 7 in the morning kasi nagfa-fluctuate yung kuryente dun sa Siargao. Ang binabayaran nila kuryente, 16 pesos per kilowatt hour, Your Honor, Mr. President, 16 pesos. Alam mo, nagtanong ako, may kausap ako na nag-deal ng ice kasi business ko din yung ice business. I mean, the ice business in Cagayan de Oro, in Iloilo. I asked him, how's your ice business doing? I am suffering tremendously because my machines are breaking down because of the fluctuation and my margins are very low because of the high price of the high price of power, kuryente. And he's trying now to put in a cold storage facility para naman lahat na mga karne, isda, hindi kailangan shipment daily para pwede po nila ma-store. Alam mo, sagot niya sa akin, hindi niya magawa-gawa kasi yung kuryente unstable. Yung kuryente napakamahal, hindi daw sa kikita as compared to putting it as cold storage facility in Metro Manila. Yung punto ko po, unless we solve that issue of electricity, we will have a big problem on investment opportunities. And sana po nakikinig po yung Department of Tourism and Department of Energy and other departments concerned that this is a crown jewel of our tourism. I think the tourism tourist destinations.
Yeah, there you go.
There you can count the number of destinations sa sikat sa buong mundo sa kamay natin. That is Boracay, Palawan, and in Palawan you have El Nido, you have Coron, then you have Siargao. Diba? All the rest like Camiguin area, Samal Island, secondary niyan. Ito yung tier 1. And I say tier 1 because in Siargao, I must say, I saw so many foreigners. Ang dami-daming foreigners. Ang daming puti, Spanish, European, ang daming dayuhan. I was so happy to see it on my own, with my own 2 eyes. Pero imagine, sa airport, it's a disaster. The airport of Siargao. Naawa talaga ako sa Siargao. Ang liit-liit. Ang dumi-dumi ng banyo, napakaliit ng banyo. Tapos wala pang kuryente. So imagine, sa gabi, nag-open on yung aircon. Boss, natutulog ako, hawak ko yung aircon control. Kasi after 1 hour, papatay yung kuryente, babalik ulit dahil sa genset. Aandarin mo ulit yung aircon. Napakainit pag summer, di ba? Ganyan. Ang punto ko dyan, sana naman may master plan. Kung may master plan sa flood control, sana may master plan din sa turismo. Na we focus our resources to these tourist destinations that really bring in income for our country. Part of that is electricity. Kasi walang electricity yung isla na yun, kawawang-kawawa. So, going back to the IPIRA amendments, sabi nga ni Presidente, matagal ko nang, as Senate President, as your Senate President at that time, matagal ko nang hinihingi yan. Sa LEDAC, I'm sure many times, nandyan yung mga, like Senator Mark Villar is in the LEDAC. I would always ask, what amendments do you want, Mr. President? And then we ask, we now focus on the DOE. What amendments do you want, Mr. DOE? Until now, they have not submitted the amendments to the IPIRA. So it becomes lip service. What do we amend in the IPIRA? Sana we have already specific amendments. And I'm glad that the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, my neighbor, is very willing to work with the majority in trying to pass amendments to the IPIRA. Pero yung tanong ko po, anong mga amendments na yun? Specifically. Di ba, Mr. President?
Yes, precisely, Mr. President. Pagtulungan natin. Ang sabi ko nga sa kasama ko sa minority, Senator Risa Ontiveros, una sa lahat, kailangan in good faith yung review natin, Mr. President, na ang purpose talaga natin, pagaanin ang bigat, ang burden ng high power costs ng Pilipino. That is our purpose. Tapos, magtulungan tayo because ako mismo, I admit, wala akong the personal expertise on the matter of energy loss. But kung pagtulungan natin lahat ito, yes, we will succeed, Mr. President.
No, I agree. And yun nga lang sana, Mr. President, through the leadership also, let's ask them what the proper amendments are in the IPIRA because for the last 2 years, I've been asking them that. It's part of the LEDAC priority measures, pero
kaya nga, Mr. President, pwede kasi ang panawagan na i-amend ng IPIRA, pwedeng part ng dribbling act, Mr. President. Panawagan lang, pero dinidribble ko ang bola. Kaya kailangan siguro tayo, na naniniwala rito, magsama-sama na nga tayo at patulong na tayo sa expert on our own initiative. Let's come up with the proper and timely and correct amendments para number one, prevent regulatory capture, yung cross-dealing or conflict of
cross-ownership,
conflict of interest, monopoly control,
Yes.
yung everything like that. Ang objective talaga natin is this time magkaroon tayo ng fair pricing of electricity which will be reasonable and affordable for the Filipino.
Kasi, and to add to that, Mr. President, no, parang roadmap, energy roadmap. When I was chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry, I know the good chairman is here now, is listening. When I was chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry, the former chair, I think Senator Alan is now the new chair. Every time we meet with foreign chambers of commerce, tatlo talaga ang binabanggit nila. Problema sa Pilipinas. Mahal nila Pilipino, mahal na mahal nila. English speaking, magaling, masipag, hindi nagko-complain sa overtime, maayos tayo dito. Ang problema lang nila ay itong tatlo. Number one, problems. 3 problems, top problems. Number one, bureaucratic red tape or ease of doing business. Because we passed a law, Your Honor, you were the Senate President when we passed that law. Your signature is on that law. Yeah. But now it's only recommendatory na pala. It's not anymore mandatory. Parang naging recommendatory. We have to really fix that. Parang ginawa na lang, hindi kasi nawala na yung powers ng ARTA. Well, nawala na yung powers ng ARTA, nawala na rin yung takot nila sa batas. So parang recommendatory na lang yun. So we have to review that and really implement our ease of doing business. Number 2, Your Honor, is power. Restrictive power cost. So if you're a Japanese company, Your Honor, that wants to build ball bearings of some sort for machines, you need high power or a lot of power to be able to make this equipment. Matatakot ka po. Lilipat ka na lang ng Thailand or Indonesia because hindi kaya. Bottom line, mas malaking kita nila doon kaysa dito sa atin. So we really have to solve that problem. And number 3 is changing the rules in the middle of the game. Kaya nga yun nangyari doon sa create, yung create bill, mapalitan na natin ng create more kasi nakita natin, nagkamali pala tayo. We have to admit, we made mistakes. It actually scared a lot of the investors away. Existing investors want to leave. And those who want to come in, natatakot. So, we have to pass this create more to be able to have a stable economic environment for them. So, marami pa tayong kailangan gawin, Your Honors, but I'm so happy that we can work together with the minority and of course with the executive on how to solve this. We're, in a way, we're in the same ship, diba? We don't want to sink this ship of ours. Kasi kung we sink this ship, baka ibang bansa na mag-take over sa ating ship. So we want to make sure that our ship is stable and strong. But, and to end my interpellation, Your Honor, Mr. President, my dear colleague, my distinguished minority floor leader, overall, we agree with your statement that the President's SONA is probably the best that he has given in the last 3 years. And we congratulate him for that, and we thank him for his statements on the West Philippine Sea, that we will not cower, although we will do peaceful, we will exert all peaceful means on dialogue. And I think what the DFA has done in these last few weeks has borne fruit because medyo nag-simmer down. At one point in time, gusto na natin na makipagsuntukan na. No? And I think that was the wrong way of doing it because that would have been a very dangerous situation on Southeast Asia and of course to the region in the Indo-Pacific. So, tama lang na kumalma lang muna tayo na konti and reassess our negotiations and discussions with our friends like China and of course our allies. But at the same time, we thank him for his total ban on POGO because I was worried, Mr. President, that where was I? I was recently in Singapore for my medical checkup. About right after the change in leadership, I had to go do a medical checkup. And ang may kinausap po ako na isang gaming official dun sa Win Group, yung Win Casinos and all that. They saw me in the hotel, they met with me and they said, why we want to also set up, but not POGO, ang gusto nila, parang Soler, they wanted to set up a casino similar to Soler and Resort World na style. And I said, you know, investors are very welcome to the Philippines. Of course, that's not exactly my forte, and I'm not a big fan of gambling. But as a good senator and representative of the country, sabi ko, most welcome to do so, especially if you're going to hire tens of thousands of Filipinos. Baka nga yung mawawala sa POGO, pwedeng lumipat doon under hospitality, hotel and resorts, gaming. Alam mo yung sabi niya sa akin, unfortunately, ang problema namin, we really are interested to go to the Philippines, but our perception is security. Peace and order for the gamers that will go to the Philippines. Natatakot daw sila na pagpunta sa airport, pagkamalan silang POGO player, kidnapin sila at ikulong, itorture, and so on and so forth. Imagine, he was the vice president for Win Asia. So yan ang perception nila sa atin. Kaya sabi ko nga, bihira naman, siguro it is about time that we take a look at this scourge that's happening in our country because of POGO. And I thank the President. That's why tumayo ako, sumigaw ako. I really congratulated him for that move. It was a brave move because, you know, their influence is far and wide-reaching. So for him to stand up there could have been a lonely move on his part, no? Lonely voice. Yeah. But he did it, and we congratulate him for it. And I hope nga na after that, all Chinese nationals that we'll see walking the streets are actually tourists. Tourists enjoying our beaches. Tourists enjoying our food and our hospitality rather than working secretly in the dark web, preying on hapless Filipinos and international players. So, maraming salamat, Mr. President, to our dear Minority Floor Leader. I miss interpolating and friendly interpolations like this. It's been a long time since I have actually participated in the on-floor deliberations. And I'd like to thank the good President and Presiding Officer together with the Majority Floor Leader for allowing me to do so. So once again, congratulations, my dear Minority Floor Leader. Mabuhay ka.
I give my thanks to former SP Migs and also look forward to his active participation during the budget deliberations because we will get a lot of the answers to our questions during the budget deliberations, Mr. President. So thank you.
Mr. President, I think Senator Villanueva is taking the floor.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Villanueva, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of our dear colleagues, may I also be allowed to ask some clarificatory questions to our dear Minority Leader, despite the fact that I was not elected in my entire existence as a Senate President, Mr. President. Parang baka pang Senate President lang yung...
We
okay,
welcome the interventions of our good friend, the expert, on the budget about flood control, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Please allow me to put into the records of this August Chamber my sincerest thanks and gratitude to our Minority Leader. I was listening attentively to his Contra SONA, and true enough, there's always room for improvement. We believe that it is important that we tackle and look into all this data, information being given to us, and allow us as policymakers to discuss and debate on it. First things first, Mr. President, I also joined the Minority Leader in congratulating our President for banning POGO, all forms, Mr. President. Hindi po yung sinasabi nung iba, especially I think PAGCOR made mention that parang binigyan pa nila ng ibang meaning yung sinabi ng Pangulo, may IGL, may etc. All forms of POGO, and we thank the President for that, and as mentioned by former Senate President Subiri, it's a daunting task, it's a big challenge for a President, a leader, to actually forego itong pressure coming from the POGO industry, Mr. President, considering that we have unearthed so many things here in the Senate, not only local government units, but also national leaders and government workers being bribed by POGO operation. In fact, ilang beses natin nabanggit yung time pa ni dating Pangulong Duterte, 50 billion yung hindi nabayarang buwis, no? Doon po sa POGO. Mr. President, just this morning, this representation filed the anti-POGO bill this morning, SBN 2752, which will repeal the POGO tax bill. Ang salient features po nito, Ginoong Pangulo, ay yung permanenteng cancellation ng POGO licenses issued by PAGCOR and dun po sa mga eco zones, etc. Failure din po or refusal to close operations, may penalty yung officers, 12 to 20 years of imprisonment and or fine of 100 million pesos. Workers transition program by DOLE in coordination then with TESDA and other agencies. I would also like to seek the support of our minority leader if he is also in this direction, Mr. President.
Yes, of course, Mr. President. Actually, the bill of His Honor implements and pursues the clear and categorical instruction of the President. This time, yung matitigas ang ulo, yung bill nyo po ay naghahanda na kayo doon sa senaryong may matigas na ulo dyan na magpipilit pa rin. So,
sigurado ko kasing may papalag, Mr.
May
President.
papalag. At saka, kasi ganun din po kasi yung nature nung taong na-attract natin eh. Yun yung character or nature nung taong na-attract natin nung sinabi natin pwede kayo magtayo ng online gambling dito eh. Mga foreigner pa yun. Ibang values nila sa atin. Ibang mga realities nila sa atin. So yun ang na-attract natin. Ito yung mga taong pwedeng hindi takot sa batas. So tama rin po yung mga naririnig kong 100 million pesos na fine.
Thank you.
I don't know how severe the prison time is, pero I'm sure meron din po doon sa bill ninyo. So, we welcome such a bill, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm elated considering my idol in the minority would also support this particular measure. Mr. President, you made mention about the word attract, Mr. President. While I'm so happy that the President totally banned POGO, I was more ambitious actually in praying that not only POGO should be banned but also online gambling. Mr. President, one thing that I would always admire the previous administration is the fact that the previous administration banned isabong.
Oo nga.
It was a bold move on the part of President Duterte, and I remember celebrating that night after hearing that particular order by then President Rodi Duterte. We all know about the reports on isabong. A policeman in Quezon held up a Shell station in Quezon and found out that he is into isabong with about more than 500,000 na utang, Mr. President. There was a 14-year-old student in Davao that has 500,000 na utang dahil nalulun din po sa isabong. Marami po tayong may example, no? Yung nagpunta rin po dito sa Senado, yung I think 30 or 40 families na nawala na lang because of isabong. And for me, Mr. President, mahirap talagang i-regulate yung mga bagay na ganito, despite the fact, Mr. President, there are some mechanisms in place. For instance, if you're in a casino and you're addicted to gambling, meron pong provision ang PAGCOR na kailangan na hindi ka papasukin. Hindi ka papapasukin at magsugal dahil addicted ka na eh.
So, wala na.
Sa sabong, ganun din po eh.
Tama.
Hindi rin ho papapasukin sa cockpit arena yung mga tao na may problema na, nalulun na. Mr. President, sa online gambling,
wala nun.
Nakakapasok po ito sa loob mismo ng tahanan ng ating bawat
kababayang Pilipino. There's no such thing as to what kind of mechanism. I mean, I'm not even shooting for the stars right now to ban all forms of online gambling, but at least pause and perhaps find out what else can we do. How can we actually regulate this, if you call it, so-called different animal, Mr. President? So I was wondering, Mr. President, as the minority leader delivered his Contra SONA, what is his thoughts about this? And again, as we speak right now, Mr. President, merong nalululon na kabataan sa online gambling. Yung tinayuan din natin dati, Mr. President, I remember the minority leader was also passionate about it. Yung sa GCash, tinanggal na nila ngayon yun eh. Dahil nga po tumayo tayo at sinabi rin natin na if that is the case, then we have to review every single franchise na pinasa natin na po pwede ba silang tumanggap ng taya, ng sugal. And so nawala po yun, Mr. President. But still, as we speak, may mga nalululun pa rin sa mga ganitong klase ng online gambling, considering, Mr. President, that even celebrities, even sports enthusiasts, I can't believe it, Mr. President, are being tapped to endorse and i-promote itong ganitong uri ng sugal, Mr. President.
Good points raised by our colleague, Mr. President. Nagtatanong ako sa staff ko kung anong mga examples po nito. Pero siguro subukan ko mismo, personal, para kung paano ba yung online. Ano po ba yung online gambling? Are these run by established casinos or by unknown entities?
Actually, Mr. President, I don't have much information about it. It's just that the billboards out there are all over the place. You can place your bets. You can just log in and then place your bets. Meron din po sa Facebook, lumalabas po yan. Sa mga feeds, lumalabas din po sa Twitter, lumalabas din po sa lahat po ng social media. And perhaps my next question would be, Mr. President, would you agree that this is not part of the POGO charter that Congress gave when we approved the franchise of POGO, Mr. President?
Pera yan, pera. Thank you for the inputs, Mr. President, from our colleague. I think we should conduct a hearing to find out more about this phenomenon, and I agree that this is a dangerous phenomenon kasi everything starts small. Pwede dyan magumpisa, addiction to gambling, and then because of the ease and then the anonymity in online systems, we cannot implement that provision in our laws na there should be parang counseling, di ba? Counseling to those already anong tawag mo dun, addicted to gambling. So we cannot do it. And then thank you for this line of questioning, Mr. President, because it now brings back to my mind what I told the PCSO. Iba ito, PCSO, lottery po yan, lottery naman. Ang ginamit na dahilan ng PCSO, yung digitalization daw na direction ng government, yun na ginamit nilang dahilan na now they can now offer e-lotto or online betting for lotto. Online bet for lotto. Para sa akin, this is a misapplication of the concept of digitalization in government. Para sa government services yun. You digitalize government services para the citizens, the constituents dealing with government will have an easier time dealing with government, not an easier time placing bets. Diba? Ganun po ang nangyari. And then, and I think during the hearing of Senator Tulfo, which I attended, na-discovered din namin that that program should have secured first an approval from the Office of the President, which I believe the current PCSO board did not even try to secure. So marami po tayong issues. We can or we should actually, the Senate should, under the proper committee, conduct an investigation on online gambling, this time beyond POGO na, on online gambling, and we include this e-lotto authorization given by the PCSO.
Salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. And again, when we pass the charter of PAGCOR, wala pa ho ito eh. So, nagulat po sila na ito ngayon ay pupwedeng gawin. And let me also add, Mr. President, not just the minors, Mr. President, even government employees. If you're a government employee, madali kang mababantayan sa casino, madali kang mababantayan sa mga sabungan, etc. Pero po sa online gambling, hindi po sila mababantayan. So again, Mr. President, and let me also state for the record, yung Article 2, Section 13 of our Constitution, Mr. President, and I quote, Section 13 of Article 2, the state recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building and shall promote and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being. It shall inculcate, and let me repeat that word again, it shall inculcate in the youth patriotism and nationalism and encourage their involvement in public and civic affairs. Mr. President, if you look at what PAGCOR is doing, if you look at these different gimmicks and promotions that we are experiencing right now insofar as gambling is concerned, Mr. President. You can gamble left and right anywhere in the Philippines. We are promoting greed. We are promoting love for money. And worst, Mr. President, we are promoting laziness. Tataya ka na lang. Huwag ka nang mag-aral. Malay mo, tumama ka sa loto. Huwag ka nang magbunat ng buto. Huwag ka nang magsipag sa buhay mo. Kasi pwede kang tumama sa sugal. Hanggang sa buong buhay mo, yung buong youth mo, yung buong buhay mo bilang kabataan, naubos na, katataya, at alam mo na lagi kang talo. So Mr. President, I hope that the minority leader is also one with this representation in calling for a real policy of the state. The policy of the state when it comes to gambling. Because right now, Mr. President, every single gambling activity in the country is illegal. It's all illegal unless it passes through Congress. When it passes through Congress, it becomes legal. So until now, even I was a member of this August chamber for quite a long time. I was a 9-year member of the House of Representatives. Until now, I don't know, Mr. President, the real policy of the state when it comes to gambling.
Mr. President, let me react. I will state the law, and I hope the majority leader will affirm what I will say. In the Republic of the Philippines, the law is gambling is illegal. That's the default situation. For gambling to be legal, there must be a law which allows that particular gambling activity. But then the problem is, if we created a body, a so-called regulatory body, now if we created this bylaw, and then this body can now grant the permits for to legalize certain gambling activities. Yan siguro po ang naging loophole ngayon natin. Bakit mayroon sa ating experience, there is now a proliferation of gambling activities, offline, brick and mortar, and online gambling activities sa ating Republika ng Pilipinas. Yun po, posible yun po naging loophole na hindi na tuloy natin kinailangan ng iniisa-isa batas to legalize the gambling activities kasi na-delegate na naman natin sa isang body. Kaya nga, parati po akong bantay ng bantay po dyan sa delegation of power. And then this body, most likely na binigyan natin ng power, na delegate natin ng power since since it is not asking for funds in the GAA because it's earning funds or money for itself, for its operations, they do not appear before us, or they can afford not to appear before us. Maybe these are the loopholes that we have created, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have so much to react on your statement, Mr. President, but perhaps one of the most important a question that I'd like to raise is there anyone here who knows how much money they're making, Mr. President? No one.
We have to ask them, Mr. President, na kaya nga,
because as we speak right now, they're earning and earning.
Correct, Mr.
And no one is actually regulating. No one is actually on top of things and to find out whether or not it's real. And another thing, Mr. President, is that...
whether it's legal, ang tanong.
Yeah, another thing, Mr. President, yeah, it becomes legal, as you made mention. I mean, even some of the police officials are saying, we're having a hard time knocking down this illegal gambling, Mr. President. Why? Because naging legal na eh. Nandyan na yung STL, nandyan na yung, ano pa yung isa, bingo tubol, etc. In fact, yun na nga daw yung numero din. The same numero na yung lumalabas sa dating weteng. So again, Mr. President, kung nalulusutan din po tayo, let's do something about it because at the end of the day, as I mentioned a while ago, ito pong binanggit ko kanina na Article 2, Section 13. It is our duty, Mr. President, to protect the interests of our young people, our next heroes, Mr. President.
Sometimes, Mr. President, it is good for even a national legislature to micromanage things, Mr. President. Siguro especially in the field of gambling. Ang delikado, when we delegate, we may be creating monsters, Mr. President. Yes. Monster entities na who feel that they are beyond the oversight or investigation of Congress, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to wind up in this particular topic, this representation also filed Senate Bill number 1281, prohibiting online gambling. So I also would like to seek support to our colleagues. Mr. President, one last topic that I'd like to, there are only two topics that I'd like to raise. I think some of which were able to raised by former Senate President Mig Zubiri. Mr. President, if you look at Pulse Asia, sabi po ng Pulse Asia, 76% or 8 out of 10 na mga kabataan, na mga Pilipino do not agree with the government's inflation solution. 76%. Yung SWS, sabi din po, 58% or 6 out of 10 saying they are poor. Now, I look at the data, Mr. President. Yung Philippine Statistics Authority came up with a report. Sabi po doon, nag-slow down yung inflation. In fact, from 3.9%, it's down to 3.1%. Nag-slow down yung inflation. But this June po yan, no? This June. But in the same month, June of 2024, you look at the food inflation from 6% rose to 6.5%. Malaki po yun, yung food inflation. Perhaps that's the reason why 76% do not agree. Why? Because they're not feeling it, despite the fact na nag-slow down yung inflation. So my question, Mr. President, is what else can we do? How can we address this very important issue? Because right now, if you ask any Tom, Dick, or Harry, if you ask Juan de la Cruz right now, the biggest problem, the biggest challenge that we're facing today, ay presyo ng bilihin. So, Mr. President, may we know from our good colleague who delivered a Contra SONA, how else can we make ourselves better, specifically in pulling down food inflation, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, kaya ako nag-quote nung isang theory ng isang economist because when I read that, sabi ko, it makes sense. It really makes sense na productivity is the answer, Mr. President. Productivity. That's why I've been attending the budget hearings of the Committee on Agriculture to defend. I've been attending these committee hearings to really find out paano ba sila matulungan hindi naman sila ang actually magpo-produce, di ba? They will capacitate our farmers to produce, pero So that's one step. And then the other, sabi ko, there are two ways, the fiscal policy and the monetary policy. Fiscal policy, tayo rin sana mga mambabatas, disiplinado tayo sa budget. Kasi according to that economist, it is inflation is always a monetary phenomenon. When the supply in money exceeds the increase in output or productivity. So tayo sa Kongreso, napapansin ko kada taon, automatic na halos 10% ng budget, ini-increase natin. Pag-isipan natin bakit kailangan ni-increase yun at let's trim the fat from the budget, Mr. President. And then, that's why I'm also challenging the BSP pagdating naman sa monetary policy. Kaya, kulang sila ng accountability in the sense that we do not have this mechanism like in the United States where they are mandated to appear before Congress. Let's pass a law which will now mandate the BSP to appear before the proper committees of each house of Congress, mandatory, to explain yung mga policy decisions po nila.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I will not belabor the issue. I would just like to also point out yung binanggit ng ating minority leader. I am also concerned about the 89.9 billion PhilHealth funds na dadalhin dun sa unprogrammed. Dahil ang pinakamasakit po dito na ngayong araw ang dami natin natutunan about flood control, baka sa flood control din po ilagay yan. So, sana hindi naman po. At I am with the minority leader in also not just to fiscalize but also to ensure that the best interests of our people ay protektado at nasisiguro natin yung best service na kayang ibigay ng ating pamahalaan, ng ating gobyerno ay nakukuha ng ating mga kababayan. With that, Mr. President, I will close my interpellation and like to thank the minority leader for his patience and time given to this representation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I respectfully move that this honorable chamber formally take note of the Contra State of the Nation address as presented by the distinguished minority leader. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we consider Senate Concurrent Resolution number 20.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill Concurrent Resolution number 20 is now in order. With the permission of the body, the Secretary will now read only the title of the resolution without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
Senate Concurrent Resolution number 20, Concurrent Resolution providing for the legislative calendar for the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Mr. President, the copies of this particular legislative calendar were distributed to the members of the Senate. And with the consent of the body, I move that we adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution number 20.
Is there objection? There being none, Senate Concurrent Resolution number 20 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me give a short manifestation. Consistent with the adjournment of the House of Representatives, we are adopting Concurrent Resolution number 20, providing for the legislative calendar for the third regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines, which consists of a total of 88 session days, which will commence on 22 July 2024 and will be adjourning on 8 February 2025 to give way for the 2025 midterm elections. Afterwards, we will resume session for 7 days beginning on 2 June 2025 until 13 June 2025. Thereafter, we will be in sine die adjournment from 14 June 2025 to 27 July in time for the opening of the 20th Congress. Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary now may proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate Bill number 2696, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Matthew James Ramos, introduced by Senator De La Rosa.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
2697, an act amending Republic Act number 4726, otherwise known as the Condominium Act, by Senator Ejercito.
Refer to Committees on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement, and Ways and Means.
2698, an act providing for the condonation of unpaid obligations on the power consumption of the Public Utilities Department, Olongapo City, to the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation, by Senator Ejercito.
Refer to Committees on Energy, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2700, an act to create a healthy food marketing environment by requiring front-of-package warning labels for food high in fat, sodium, or sugar, and regulating the marketing of such food to children, by Senator Hontiveros.
Refer to Committees on Health and Demography, Trade, Commerce, Entrepreneurship, and Finance.
2701, an act amending sections 2 and 3 of RA number 11059, otherwise known as the Retirement Law of the Office of the Ombudsman, and providing funds therefore, by Senator Tolentino.
Refer to Committees on Justice and Human Rights, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
2702, an act mandating government agencies and local government units to allocate at least 25% of their budget for their furniture and fixtures for products made of engineered bamboo and other bamboo-based commodities, by Senator Villanueva.
Refer to Committees on Finance and Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking.
2703, an act strengthen the system of filing of delayed registration of birth in the country, amending for the purpose Act number 3753, by Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committees on Justice and Human Rights.
2704, an act further amending Book 4 of Presidential Decree number 442, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, to include an additional title on family welfare, by Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, and Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
2705, an act mandating the establishment of fisher folk resettlement areas by Department of Agriculture, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and local government units, amending for the purpose Section 108 of RA 8550, as amended by RA 10654, by Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement.
2706, an act prohibiting the use of mobile devices and other electronic gadgets during class hours from kindergarten to senior high school in all public and private education institutions, by Senator Gatchalian.
Refer to Committee on Basic Education.
An act synchronizing 2707, an act synchronizing the Sangguniang Kabataan elections with the national and local elections and for other purposes, by Senator Marcos.
Refer to Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation and Local Government.
2708, an act amending RA number 8178, or the Agricultural Tarification Act of 1996, as amended by Senator Marcos.
Refer to Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Ways and Means.
2709, an act promoting local government fiscal autonomy, by Senator Marcos.
Refer to Committees on Local Government and Ways and Means.
2710, an act instituting the national tax allotment, by Senator Marcos.
Refer to Committees on Local Government and Ways and Means.
2711, an act providing for the Magna Carta for tricycle drivers and operators, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committees on Public Services, Local Government, and Finance.
2712, an act strengthening the National Book Development Board, amending for the purpose RA 8047, or the Book Publishing Industry Development Act, by Senator Legarda.
Refer to Committees on Basic Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2713, an act urging the comprehensive planning, development, and export promotion of the Moringa oleifera, locally known as malunggay, and providing funds therefore, by Senator Villar C.
Refer to Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, and Finance.
2714, an act declaring the municipality of Doña Remedios Trinidad, province of Bulacan, an ecotourism zone, by Senator Villanueva.
Refer to Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, and Finance.
2715, an act declaring the Maramo section of the Angat River System in Barangay San Mateo, municipality of Norzagaray, province of Bulacan, an ecotourism destination to be known as the Maramo Nature Reserve, by Senator Villanueva.
Refer to Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, and Finance.
2716, an act streamlining the implementation of government infrastructure projects through round-the-clock operations to promote efficiency and its effective execution by Senator Poe.
Refer to Committees on Public Works, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources, Development, and Finance.
2717, an act liberalizing the lease of lands by foreign investors, establishing the stability of long-term lease contracts, amending for the purpose RA 7652, otherwise known as the Investors Lease Act, by Senator Escudero.
Refer to Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2718, an act instituting reforms in the acquisition of right-of-way for infrastructure projects by the national government and by public service providers, amending for the purpose RA number 10752, otherwise known as the Right-of-Way Act, by Senator Escudero.
Refer to Committees on Public Works, Justice and Human Rights, and Ways and Means.
Committee report number 262, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Science and Technology, Public Services, and Finance on Senate Bill number 2699 with Senators Marcos, Gatchalian, Poe, Revilla Jr., Zubiri, Villanueva, Tulfo, Lapid, Estrada, Legarda, and Cayetano AP as authors thereof, titled An Act Establishing a Comprehensive and Inclusive Data Transmission and Connectivity Framework for the Philippines, recommending its approval and substitution Senate Bill numbers 183, 814, 815, 864, 1213, 1380, 1383, 1611, 1845, 1876, and 2146, taking into consideration House Bill number 6 by Senator Cayetano AP.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2587 under Committee Report number 213. This is the Act strengthening the enterprise-based education and training framework and appropriating funds therefore.
Is there objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2587 under Committee Report number 213 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have sponsored the measure. With that, we move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joel Villanueva, and to interpellate the Honorable Senator Riza Ontiveros. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, our sponsor, Senator Villanueva, and also our Deputy Minority Leader to interpellate are now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Just to put on record, we have started interpellations, Mr. President, before the break, and we are ready to continue with the interpellations by our distinguished colleagues, most especially by our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Riza Ontiveros.
Maraming salamat po, good sponsor, Mr. President. So just a few, half dozen quick questions for tonight, and then yung huling dalawa, sana tatanong ko na lang during the period of amendments dahil may kinalaman naman po sa proposed amendments for the good sponsors consideration.
Thank you, thank you.
Salamat po. So una po, Mr. President, this bill aims to quote, to engage the private sector as an indispensable partner in the development of modules and competency standards in technical vocational education and training, TVET, and in carrying out the EBET program, close quote. The EDCOM 2 Year 1 report indicated that during the EDCOM consultations, industries denounced the hefty paperwork and rigid but obsolete requirements along with TESDA's long processing times. Ano po yung bago sa proposals sa bill natin para i-address yung mga isyung yon na pwedeng i-hinder yung private sector participation sa EBET programs, Mr. President?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, that is a very good question because I am still a member of the EDCOM 2. And unfortunately, every time we talk about enterprise-based education and training, we are faced with surprising numbers, Mr. President, considering that, for example, you have 3 to 4% graduates that we are producing in the enterprise-based and training programs. And yet, the employment rate is about 86, 87 to 92%. And yet, we are only producing 3 to 4% graduates. And you are correct, Mr. President, it is because even the enterprises are having a hard time to apply for the what do you call that project? For the program registration, etc. And in fact, during one of our sessions in the EDCOM, the enterprises were saying, even though we have this tax breaks, tax holidays, if we go to BIR, the officer in charge in the Bureau of Internal Revenue is not even aware, Mr. President, on how to compute and how to give incentives. And so, a lot of the enterprises are saying, we will just go with our own company training policy and we will no longer avail. And so, some of them are producing graduates without actually being part of the number or the graduates that we are considering when you talk about enterprise-based and education and training. And so, Mr. President, what we wanted to happen is to have a simple, very simple program where an enterprise can easily avail, and there will be a one-stop shop that TESDA will be manning, and that the enterprises will be encouraged to join and participate in this particular module, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. President. And I suppose dun sa simpler, easier na one-stop shop na yon, ma-address yung sinasabi nilang dati at ngayon, ngayong hefty paperwork, rigid and obsolete requirements at saka long processing times.
Yung governing law po, magkakaroon tayo ng governing law on the enterprise-based and education training, because right now, ang meron lang po ay yung dual training system, at still, even that, Mr. President, marami pa rin ang hindi nakakaalam na enterprises on how to avail of this particular program. Mr. President, let me also point out that this is an education measure, and I'm sure that the good senator from Iloilo and Akbayan would be very interested on how we'll be able to promote our workers. And so, let me just put that on the record. Ang premise po talaga nito is yung napuproduce natin na mag-aaral ay mas komportable na dun sa workplace na kanyang pagtatrabahuhan balang araw. But at the same time, Mr. President, nabibigyan na siya ng kaukulang sweldo, 75% of the minimum wage.
Okay. Salamat, Mr. President. So, and I guess another new proposal in the bill is, well, the bill itself. Kasi gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, magkakaroon na po tayo ng governing law. And just for the record, Mr. President, taga Panay Island nga po ako, pero Capiz and Aklan.
Ay, sorry.
Okay lamang po. Good sponsor.
Iba ho pala yung Iloilo, Mr. President. Hindi ko na babanggitin yung alam ko dun sa Iloilo, Madam President.
So, susunod na tanong po. Ano po yung mga programang kinoconsider ng sponsor na tatagal ng hanggang 3 taon, Mr. President?
Yung apprenticeship program po na high-level skills, maaari po yung tumagal ng 3 taon, ngunit hindi po ito automatic na 3 taon. Ito po ay pag-aaralan at dapat ay aprubahan ng Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and industry, Mr. President. So, hindi po makakalusot yung maaaring gamitin. Dahil ito po yung nagiging problema dito, Mr. President, na maaaring gamitin ng mga enterprises as an excuse para hindi magbayad ng 100% o di kaya po ay matagal ng dapat regular na sa trabaho yung ating estudyante, hindi pa ho ma-regularize. So, yun po yung dahilan kung bakit po natin isinama, hindi lamang po yung nasa TESDA, kundi yung nasa industriya din po.
Okay. Salamat po, good sponsor. At may isa pa akong tanong na kaugnay niyan, mamaya po ng konti. Susunod na tanong po, Mr. President, Under our labor code, ito na nga po pala yun, regularization of employees only requires 6 months of work. And if the EBET program may last up to 3 years to complete, hindi kaya madedehado at maabuso ang mga trainees kung gagamitin itong excuse ng mga kumpanya to hire trainees instead of regularizing employees. So ano po yung mga safeguards sa bill natin para siguraduhin hindi ito mangyayari, Mr. President?
Mr. President, dito po sa bill natin, sa Section 8, nilagay po natin dito na yung duration of an event program shall be based on the complexity of the competencies to be learned based on the training plan. So, napakahalaga po noong training plan dahil alam nyo, nung tayo po ay nasa TESDA rin, marami po tayong nakuhang reklamo noon sa apprenticeship program. In fact, some of them were being brought to other countries as far as Singapore, Mr. President, no? And nakakalungkot man isipin na yung pinapagawa sa kanila is a menial job na hindi naman po complicated yung skill requirement para sa kanila. Kaya po, importante ho talaga dun sa training plan, makikita po dyan and with transparency, malalaman din po ng ating mga kasamahan, hindi lamang sa labor sector but also in the education sector, sa TESDA, maging sa industriya, nakasama din po dyan, makikita ho talaga kung anong klaseng programa iyan, no, itong training plan. But in no case, sabi nga po natin, shall not exceed to 3 years dahil yun po yung nakikita natin na maximum level, no. Now, in setting the duration of an EBET program, yung pong TESDA ay dapat i-consider niya yung competency standards na ngayon ay meron na po, no? May competency standards po tayo na nandyan in place, may training methodology, Mr. President, sequencing of modules, meron din pong, for me, is very important, which I believe is the bread and butter of Technical Education Skills Development Authority, which is competency standards, certification, assessment and certification arrangements, Mr. President. So, dyan po dapat makita natin yan. Kaya po, yung sinasabi nating 3 years, yan po ay nilagay lang natin sa batas kasi nakikita natin yan na yung pinakamahaba. Ngunit ito po ay kailangan i-double check. Mayroon po dapat say ang TESDA, ang ating industriya, maging ang ating labor groups na well represented din po sa ating TESDA board.
Okay. Salamat po, good sponsor. Marami-rami naman pala yung mga safeguards. And just for... Yes,
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, let me also point out, doon naman po sa in-company training program, yung upskilling po ay na tinatawag dito sa enterprise-based education training. Pag sa in-company na, ibig sabihin po, regular na po dyan yung empleyado. So, yan po, sinasaklaw ng ating panukalang batas, yung upskilling and retooling program ng mga kumpanya. So, ibig sabihin po, they're already employees of the enterprise and they already enjoy the security of tenure, Mr. President.
Okay, even better po, good sponsor. Salamat, Mr. President. And just for the record, I am in favor of training programs that extend beyond 6 months on the assumption that this leads to higher wages, regular employment, gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, improved employability, and when a longer training program is necessary for the nature of the job. But at the same time, as the good sponsor has described, it must guarantee safeguards and protection for trainees from potential abuses. So, sunod na tanong po, good sponsor.
Mr. President, if I may also note, because we will be reviewing this on the record, and let me also say thank you to our dear colleague. And yes, dapat nga po ay maregular, dapat mas mataas yung kaukulang sweldo, dapat ay sumasapat doon po sa kanyang skills and competencies na natutunan
habang pinapatupad ito pong enterprise-based education and training. And another thing that I'd like to add, Mr. President, is that it protects trainees from potential abuse and exploitation by, among others, requiring a program registration and signing of the IBET agreement. Meron pong program registration yan sa TESDA at meron din po na tinatawag na agreement. And then, meron din po dapat sila na i-provide na accessible grievance mechanism, dahil alam ko importante ito kay Senator Ontiveros, yung accessible grievance mechanism for complaints. Kasi kung inaabuso na po sila at wala po itong provision na ito, hindi po sila makakagalaw dahil sasabihin, teka lang, kung ganyan ang gusto mo, tatanggalin ka na lang namin at aalisin ka na lang namin dito sa programa. And another thing is yung involvement po ng DOLE in ensuring that the enterprise's compliance with general labor standards. And of course, yung close to my heart, Mr. President, being the author of occupational safety and health standards, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, good sponsor. Yung susunod na tanong po, among the current enterprise-based education and training programs, pwede bang mag-provide ang good sponsor ng data as to kung alin yung pinaka-popular programs na ine-enrollan ng mga trainees? Aling fields yung pinaka-popular sa mga trainees na dun sila tumanggap ng training, Mr. President?
Ulitin ko po, Mr. President, no, unfortunately, we're only producing 3 to 4% graduates coming from enterprise-based and education training. And considering that 87 to 92% ang employment rate, and I distinctly remember when President Bongbong Marcos heard about it, he knew very well these figures and immediately asked the Senate leadership, including this representation, actually, to fast-track the passage of this measure. In fact, Mr. President, ang chairman po ng, during that time, ang chairman ng Committee on Higher Education and Technical Education is now our Senate President. And tayo po ay na-assign as a subcommittee chair, and we thank our Senate President for doing that. Kaya po natin na kinuha ito, Mr. President. Ang pinaka-popular po ay apprenticeship, Mr. President. Kasi po, ang enrolled po dito ay 7,000. Nung 2023 ay 7,045 ang enrolled dito. Pero nung 2022 po, 9,785. Nung 2021 din po, 10,866. So kung titignan nyo po, pababa po ito ng pababa. Parang spaghetti pababa ng pababa. Mr. President, nung 2019, 48,000 po ang naka-enroll sa apprenticeship program. Pero ngayon po, yung 2023, which is the latest data na ibinigay po sa atin, 7,045. This is followed by learnership, 4,711 ang naka-enroll. Sa dual training naman po, 5,162. At dun sa in-company training, nasa 4,049 ang naka-enroll, Mr. President.
Alright, salamat po, good sponsor. Yung susunod na tanong ko, ipagpapaliban ko na lang sa period of amendments. So, sunod pang tanong, since some of the EBET programs have a partnership between a company and a training institution, sino yung dapat mag-shoulder ng costs ng trainees education sa isang training institution? Magiging ba yung trainee or yung kumpanya? Or meron bang instances na yung national government, local government, o kahit yung industry association ang mangangailangan mag-ambag para bayaran yung training? May body po ba na expert enough at mandated para mag-propose, mag-assess ng mga cost-sharing arrangements na magwo-work, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I'm a bit distracted by our staff behind me. But Mr. President, the idea is for the company to shoulder the cost, Mr. President, and that's the reason why they're only paying 75% of the minimum wage, Mr. President. However, Mr. President, they also get incentives to cover IBET programs. Example, Mr. President, yung donations to technical vocational institutions, meron pong exemption yan from donors tax. Deductible din po yung gross income of the donor, exempted po from taxes and duties, provided that the donations to be imported shall be certified also by the appropriate authority, ito man ay TESDA or DOF. Yung donations din po shall be actually directly and exclusively used in connection with the IBET program, kasi baka hindi naman po dun gagamitin, no? And then additional deduction po from taxable income for enterprises. Ang equivalent nga po yung 75% of the training expenses. So, sorry nga pala, mali po yung sinabi ko na sweldo. It's more of training expenses, no, na ibibigay doon sa trainee. And half of the value of labor training expense sa apprenticeship po yan. And 50% of expenses, binabayaran naman po pag yan ay dual training system. Yung DOF, yung Bureau of Internal Revenue, yung Bureau of Customs and TESDA, sila po, pag nabuo po itong batas na ito, sila po ay kailangan mag-provide sa atin ng streamlined process, Mr. President. Streamlined process na ang nilalayon o yung goal is to encourage more and more enterprises to participate.
Salamat, good sponsor. At mabuti, meron na palang mga proposals ng iba't ibang cost-sharing arrangement per program or per field. Yung susunod kong tanong, ipagpapaliban ko rin para sa period of amendments. So, ang aking second to the last question para ngayong araw, TESDA's enterprise-based education and training programs consist of programs that include learnership, apprenticeship, the dual training system, supervised industry learning, and the program in accelerating farm school establishment. Hanggang sa anong extent gustong mag-interact nitong bill natin dun sa National Apprenticeship Program Bill na currently dumadaan din sa period of interpellation, Mr. President?
Una po, Ginoong Pangulo, yung IBET program ay kasama po dyan yung apprenticeship, kaya po sa pag-uusap natin ni Senate President Pro Tem Jinggoy Estrada ay sisynchronize po natin yung mga napag-usapan at pinagdesisyonan na ng ating committee at mayorya ng ating Senado para isama po dito sa mas malaki at mas malawak na enterprise-based education and training. Tungkol naman po dun sa mga farm schools, Mr. President, may mga panukala na po natanggalin po yun. So tayo po ay magpo-focus lamang doon sa apprenticeship, dual training system, learnership, at yung pong tinatawag na in-company o industry-based enterprise training program. Kasi po, Ginoong Pangulo, yung pong farm schools, sila po mismo yung enterprise eh. So, hindi naman po sila yung magte-train, no? Kaya po, tinatanggal po natin ito dahil hindi po ito kasama talaga doon sa nais natin na mapalawak at nandun po sa tamang sitwasyon na kung saan ay ang ating mga industriya ay makapagbibigay ng sapat na impormasyon, kaalaman, kasanayan, standards para nang sa ganoon mahasa yung ating trainee at magkaroon ng tamang kaalaman at kasanayan para mas mabilis po silang mag-adjust doon sa kanilang workplace.
Salamat, good sponsor. I noticed nga po that there are some conflicting provisions between the two bills. Halimbawa, aling provision yung magpe-prevail sa pagitan ng Section 18 sa National Apprenticeship Bill at Section 13 ng Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework na parehong concern sa deductible training expenses. So I suppose na lang po, Mr. President, dadaan din po yung ganyang provisions dun sa synchronization process na sinabi ng good sponsor.
Opo, Mr. President, tama po kayo. Ito po'y depende doon sa programa, doon sa 4 na programa na ating sinabi. For example, doon sa deductible training expense, doon po sa apprenticeship, ang allowable deduction po from their taxable income is 50% of the labor training expenses incurred. Yun po yung nasa Section 18. Dito naman po sa IBET, yung additional deduction equivalent to 75% of training expenses incurred na nasa Section 13 naman po ng ating panukalang batas.
Okay, salamat po, good sponsor. So huling tanong ko po para ngayong araw, we notice that Section 4J of the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act gives the task of formulating guidelines for enterprise-based education and other training modalities to the Trabaho para sa Bayan Interagency Council. So, paano po nakikita ng good sponsor yung complementation ng IBET ngayon na may policy at institutional arrangements na tayo sa pamamagitan ng Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I'm glad that the good senator made mention about Trabaho para sa Bayan Act because that will be the framework that will be used by our officials implementing this enterprise-based education and training. Because, Mr. President, if you recall when we discussed the value and the importance of Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, ito po yung talagang magiging master plan, employment master plan ng ating bayan. At dito po makikita natin kung saan po yung mga emerging industries. Yung mga industries na kumbaga ay kulang ang ating partisipasyon para masiguro na meron tayong programa, yung standards na ating ipinapatupad would be at par with the regional standards, if not world standards. So ito po yung magiging guide ng ating implementers ng IBET sapagkat yung pong Trabaho para sa Bayan Law, ang task po niyan ay bumuo ng framework, Mr. President, at alamin sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan yung kakulangan ng ating mga programa, ito man ay sa edukasyon, ito man ay tulong sa mga industriya, nang sa ganoon po makasabay din itong enterprise-based education and training sa standard na nangyayari din sa ibang lugar. For example, Mr. President, yung dual training system, so famous in Germany, and every time they talk about it, talagang pride nung mga taga-Germany yung pinapatupad na dual training system. At yan po, nais nating gayahin yan, ngunit ang kakulangan po din natin sa informasyon at sa mga kakulangan sa gamit, kakulangan din sa mga magtuturo. Mr. President, yung pong test the graduate dyan test the certified graduate dyan po sa Don Bosco, for instance, talagang pinag-aagawan po yan ng Porsche, ng BMW, etc. No? Talagang, bakit? Kasi talagang nakaangkla yung kanilang mga itinuturong standards, competencies, and the training regulation that they are implementing is above par, Mr. President. Kaya talagang hinahanap po sila. So, yun yung vision po natin. Talagang sa iba't ibang industriya mangyari po ito at malaki po yung role na gagampanan ng tulong trabaho law. Nagsimula na pong mag-roll nung matapos na po yung IRR nito. Ito ho'y magiging guiding Bible, if I may use the word, na pwedeng tignan ng implementers ng IBET, ng TESDA, ng mga training regulations na ipapatupad nila at yung training plan na ipapasa at ipoprocess ng TESDA.
Salamat po, good sponsor. Good to know po na hindi lang isang generic complementation between yung nauna ng batas at itong bill natin, pero may appreciation na yung Trabaho para sa Bayan Act parang siya yung kompre na batas, and itong bill natin ngayon ay isang piecemeal legislation or isang companion measure para i-flesh out yung isang elemento dun sa Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. So, yun lamang po, good sponsor, Mr. President, ang mga tanong ko para ngayong araw. Maraming salamat, good sponsor.
Maraming salamat at we are looking forward to your amendments in the coming days. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr.
Yes,
President,
Majority Leader.
There being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpolation.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I
Thank
move...
you, Mr. President. If I may, at the proper time, this representation will introduce amendments by substitution in order to incorporate the provisions of the apprenticeship bill, which will be an integral part of this particular measure. And said action is with the concurrence, of course, of our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, having sponsored and entertained the questions on this particular measure, the apprenticeship bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill
2587.
Senate Bill number 2587 under Committee Report 213.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2587 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body and pursuant to Rule 10, Section 13 of the Rules of the Senate, I move for the nomination and election of the members of various permanent committees.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Finance. The Honorable Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. Number 2, the Honorable Senator Loren Legarda. Number 3, Honorable Senator Joel Villanueva. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation. Number 1, Honorable Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. Number 2, the Honorable Senator Loren Legarda. Number 3, the Honorable Senator Joel Villanueva. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Ways and Means. Number 1, the Honorable Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. Number 2, the Honorable Senator Joel Villanueva. Number 3, the Honorable Senator Loren Legarda. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect Senator Loren Legarda as member of the Committee on Economic Affairs, and upon the instruction of its chairperson to be designated as its new vice chairperson. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the Honorable Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri as member of the Committee on Culture and Arts. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Sustainable Development, Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking. Senator Pia Cayetano, Vice. Senator Alan Pia Cayetano. Number 2, Alan Peter Cayetano, I'm sorry. Number 2, the Honorable Senator Loren Legarda, Vice Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development. Honorable Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. Honorable Senator Loren Legarda, Vice Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the Honorable Senator Loren Legarda as member of the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the Honorable Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri as member of the Committee on Cooperatives. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the following members of the Committee on Electoral Reforms. Number 1, the Honorable Senator Loren Legarda. Number 2, the Honorable Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we elect the Honorable Senator Joel Villanueva as member of the Committee on Local Government. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, in view of the election of the Honorable Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito as Deputy Majority Leader, And pursuant to Section 20 of the Rules of the Senate, Senator Ejercito shall be a member of all permanent committees. I so manifest, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body and as agreed upon during an executive session, caucus, I move for the appointment of this representation as interim chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights until August 15, 2024. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the presence here of the good minority leader, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill 2665 under Committee Report number 251. This is the bill on Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2665 under Committee Report number 251 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have sponsored the measure. And with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation and seek recognition as the sponsor of the measure, and to interpellate is the Honorable Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
The sponsor, our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, and our Minority Leader, Aquilino Coco Pimentel, are recognized. But before that, our former Senate President, Senator Zubiri, is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the Majority Leader, is this different from one we passed already in the last Congress? So there's a maritime zone that you passed.
Yes.
With your billboard there that you were showing all of us. Ano tawag dyan? Yung blackboard mo.
We will have another billboard today.
And then,
Your Honor.
so this is a different bill.
This is a different bill. This is considered as a child progeny of the original bill, the mother bill, which is the Maritime Zones Law.
Could you give us an idea on an update on the previous bill?
The previous bill was reverted back. I do not know the exact parliamentary lingo. Recalled to the
BICAM again.
Yes,
but only the second time.
First time.
Di ba naka-BICAM na po tayo?
Yes. So the recall is a first time.
So we haven't ratified it yet. Yeah, so that's right. This is the second BICAM. You're gonna have a second BICAM. Nag-second BICAM na. Pero ano pong nangyari, Majority Leader, Mr. President?
It's,
Hold muna.
in the full spirit of transparency, it's still being
discussed, deliberated.
Because apparently, Mr. President, the thinking of the other branch is that this archipelagic sea lanes law bill that we are now sponsoring should be part and parcel of the Maritime Zones Bill. But the opinion of the entire membership of the House, including this representation, is that it is a separate measure. My analogy there is that before you create Commonwealth Avenue in Quezon City or Quezon Avenue in Quezon City, you have to create the charter first of Quezon City. So the Maritime Zones Law is the mother statute, and then the offspring would be the archipelagic sea lanes. These are routes.
So that's why we're taking this up. Hopefully, once we approve this on third and final reading, and then it will be ratified, taken up also by the House of Representatives, it can be passed together. Is that what you're saying?
I think they have
Or
already...
should we wait for one before the other?
I think they have already passed this. They already approved this.
I know, but when I mean yung isang bill mo, yung isang
Maritime
zones, this is the sea lanes, right?
Yeah, this
archipelagic
yes,
sea lanes.
Yes.
Okay, so what will happen next? What will be the next procedure once we pass this? Sabay natin i-ratify yung dalawa?
My understanding is that this is part of the LEDAC measures, and this was even mentioned during the State of the Nation address. My understanding from some sources out there is that this would be signed together.
Together.
Yes, so my understanding is that the mother and the child would be signed together.
Okay.
So this is a child waiting for the approval of the mother.
Okay, Mr. President, we were satisfied with the explanation of the good sponsor. Naawa din kasi ako sa kanya, Mr. President.
Yes.
Dahil it would have, hinabol sana natin yung batas niya, which was a priority measure during the LEDAC. Then all of a sudden, we were asked to pause and stop the acceleration of the measure or acceleration to send it to Malacanang. So at least with this explanation, I hope that once we pass this new archipelagic sea lanes, ay may pasa na natin yung isa na rin na tinake up natin last Congress. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really appreciative of the good Senator from Bukidnon's compassion and empathy, Mr. President. This is really a part of his passion. Thank you, Mr. President. I have another billboard, Mr. President. Mr. President, the minority leader.
Yes, sir.
Can we,
We're now in the period of interpellation, Mr. President.
Yes, the period of interpellation is now open.
yes, Mr. President, okay.
Senators Tolentino and Pimentel are recognized.
Please, yes, with the permission of our majority leader, who is the sponsor. Can we ask for a recess?
Minute suspension, interchangeable.
Session suspended.
Depends on the plenary hall. So,
Suspended.
yes.
President, we were ready to interpolate on this measure to be sponsored by our majority leader, but since this measure is important enough to have been mentioned in the SONA of the President, and then I think we have to also improve and increase our maritime issues awareness. So if we can discuss this at a better time where there are more of our colleagues on the floor, Mr. President, para
How many are on the floor?
yes, right now I can just see that there are already eight of us, including our presiding officer on the floor.
Mr. President,
3, 6, 8
yes.
with the
Mr. President, I totally agree with Senator Pimentel. This is a very important measure. It's the first time I've seen the archipelagic sea lanes, and I'd like to listen to the interpellation as well of our good minority floor leader. With the permission of the body, with the permission of the majority floor leader, maybe after because this is quite important. So let's make it the first item, the second item of the agenda, the first item being that we will bequeath. Ano yan? Yung sabi mo, we will coronate. We will give a coronation to Senator Secretary Sani Angara. After the approval of the resolution on Senator Sani Angara, let's take this up tomorrow, immediately after that, with the permission of the body, para mapakinggan natin lahat na ang pinag-uusapan ni Majority Floor Leader, because this is a very important measure. If it was simple measures, I wouldn't have raised this issue. But this is mentioned by the President at the SONA. At the same time, this involves national security, internal security and defense of the country. And I think we'd like to have all hands on deck when we listen to our good Majority Floor Leader. The good Majority Floor Leader will be, when you listen to his defense of his measures, you learn a lot from his explanations. So I would appreciate that we're here to listen to the Majority Floor Leader in his explanation of his law, very important law. So with due respect to the Majority Floor Leader, gawin na natin second item bukas para marami tayo.
So,
in other words, by 4 o'clock, yan ang pag-usapan natin.
I join the motion of Senator Subiri, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Kaya, reset lang na, di ba?
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I withdraw my previous motion and reassume my duties as Majority Leader and move for the suspension, that we suspend consideration the archipelagic sea lanes law, Mr. President, to a later date tomorrow, 30 of July 2024, Mr. President. I so move. I accept.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate and upon instruction of the Chairperson of the Committee on Public Works, Senator Ramon Revilla Jr., I manifest for the record the creation of a subcommittee to deliberate on Senate Bill 2718, which is the Act instituting reforms in the acquisition of right-of-way for infrastructure projects by the national government and by the public service providers, amending for the purpose Republic Act 10752, otherwise known as the Right-of-Way Act, and such other bills which may be referred to the Committee on Public Works covering the same topic, with Senator Mark Villar as chairperson. I so manifest, Mr. President.
This manifestation is noted.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the other reference of business.
Yes, the motion is approved.
Additional reference of business resolutions. PSR 1039, resolution observing the 100th anniversary of the birth of national artist Eddie Romero and commemorating his milestone in Philippine cinema by Senator Estrada.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1040, resolution commemorating the 100th birth anniversary of national artist for film and broadcast arts Eddie Cinco Romero by Senator Poe.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1041, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of comics king, veteran writer, director, and producer Carlo Caparas by Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1042, resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine women's national volleyball team, Alas Pilipinas, for winning the bronze medal in the 2024 Asian Volleyball Confederation Challenge Cup for Women by Senator Villanueva.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1043, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the influx of Chinese nationals in multinational village Parañaque with the end view of reviewing the country's immigration laws and addressing the possible loopholes therein by Senator Tulfo.
Refer to the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
1044, resolution congratulating and commending Alas Pilipinas volleyball team for their bronze medal finish in the 2024 Asian Volleyball Confederation Challenge Cup by Senator Angara.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1045, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the passing of Carlo J. Caparas, veteran film director and comic strip creator, and honoring his contribution to Philippine cinema and literature by Senator Estrada.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1046, resolution commending and congratulating Alas Pilipinas, the national women's volleyball team, for winning the bronze medal at the 2024 Asian Volleyball Confederation Challenge Cup for Women by Senator Estrada.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1047, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to evaluate the mandate of the National Council for Children's Television under the Department of Education for the purpose of crafting complementary or amendatory legislation in pursuit of right-sizing the national government by Senator Gatchalian.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education and Public Information and Mass Media.
1048, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the role of the National Book Development Board as mandated under RA 8047 or the Book Publishing Industry Development Act to identify critical progress, evaluate the effectiveness of existing policies, and address the issues and challenges in the book publishing industry for the purpose of crafting complementary or amendatory legislation by Senator Gatchalian.
Refer to the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
1049, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to review cases of road rage in the Philippines in relation to the implementation of RA 10591, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act, and exploring the creation of a system to profile driver's license applicants, particularly those who own firearms by Senator Tulfo.
Refer to the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
1050, resolution directing the proper Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the series of reported rape cases against children with the end in view of reviewing existing policies and strengthening laws to prevent the commission of rape and other forms of abuse by Senator Legarda.
Refer to the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality and Justice and Human Rights.
1051, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the alleged unnecessary and excessive force used by the members of the Philippine National Police in an operation undertaken within the premises of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ on June 10, 2024 by Senator Padilla.
Refer to the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
1052, resolution directing the Foreign Relations Committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the alleged anti-vaccine propaganda by the military of the United States of America during the COVID-19 pandemic by Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committee on Foreign Relations.
1053, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the proliferation of fake birth certificates and abuse of the late birth registration system with an end in view of crafting of or amending legislation or policy recommendation as may be necessary by Senator Gatchalian.
Refer to the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations.
1054, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct the inquiry in aid of legislation on the reported unlawful SIM use in illegal POGO operations with the end in view of reevaluating and strengthening the effectiveness of RA 11934 and other related laws and policies by Senator Gatchalian.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
1055, a resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation in the Ayungin Shoal incident that took place on June 17, 2024, which resulted in injuries to Philippine Navy personnel by Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committee on Foreign Relations.
1056, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the status of implementation of RA 11524, otherwise known as the Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund by Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform and Finance.
1057, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the unprecedented number of gambling-related text scams and the use, sale, and importation of cell site simulator used to send fraudulent text messages by Senator Villanueva.
Refer to the Committees on Public Services and Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
1058, resolution urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the processes and requirements for the issuance of Special Resident Retirees Visa, SRRV, and Special Investors Resident Visa, SIRV, and the delayed registration of births in connection with the possible misuse and abuse of these processes, enabling the influx of Chinese nationals and allowing them employment in Philippine offshore gaming operators by Senator Tulfo.
Refer to the Committee on Tourism.
1059, resolution calling for the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation into the labor policy implications of the impending closure of the Sofitel Philippine Plaza by Senator Hontiveros.
Refer to the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
1060, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Public Services to undertake an inquiry in aid of legislation to review and evaluate the operations of toll expressways and the implementation of cashless or contactless transactions on toll expressway in the Philippines by Senator Tulfo.
Refer to the Committee on Public Services. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President, may I seek the floor, Mr. President? Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes,
I was
Senator
just
Villanueva,
wondering, Mr. President, because as I was listening attentively to the additional reference of business, the Minority Leader and I heard that a bill coming from Senator Sani Angara was referred to the, I'm not sure if it's the Committee on Rules or the appropriate committee. Just for my education, Mr. President, what happens now to all the bills of a former senator who is now a secretary, who just took his oath as the Secretary of Department of Education? Are we obliged to act on it and refer it to the appropriate committee, or
Well, it's still being referred by us because when he filed it, he was still a senator.
But he is no longer a senator, Mr. President. He just resigned and took his oath as the Secretary of the Department of Education.
It's the act of filing that is the relevant.
Where is
action.
it in the rules, Mr. President? Is there in the rules that states we have to act on it? Just for my education, Mr. President.
Perhaps, Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Floor Leader is recognized.
the rule is that when the bill was filed and he was still a senator, it is the ministerial job of the Bills and Index Office to accept and number the same. And, Mr. President, when the Bills and Index transmitted the same to the Secretariat, the good Senator Angara was still a member of this chamber.
But I'm talking about now, Mr. President, with the indulgence of our majority leader.
Yes.
I'm talking about now that we are acting on it. We are actually acting on it. We are actually considering the bill filed by a senator of the Republic of the Philippines. And this is not because Senator Sani Angara is a good friend of mine. I think all of us would agree that we're very close, and I have nothing against it. It's just that for the record purposes, Mr. President, I think we wanted to learn as to how we actually look into it. For example, Mr. President, and I think on the sidelines, we talk about it with the majority leader. If a senator, for example, dies, do we act on the bills?
We
filed?
we act on the bills in section 59 is, yes, we have to act on the bills by referring it to the relevant committee because
section.
It's on section 59, first paragraph. Every bill or resolution must be signed by one or more senators if its author is the committee called to study
and that
it.
particular rule, Mr. President, is considering the fact that a senator actually filed it.
Yes, and he filed the resolution.
Filed, Mr. President.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily mean if the senator is still a senator or not. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Well, at this point, the committee, since it was referred, the committee will act on the referral. So at this point, it's in their jurisdiction. But it is the responsibility to act on the bill because it was filed when he was a senator. So nevertheless, we still have to act on that.
Will it be part of the agenda, for example, in for example, a committee hearing, Mr. President?
Yeah. Well, it's been practiced. It's been done in the past that other senators might decide to or be appointed to take up the bill for that was left by the senator who left or who resigned.
I'm a little confused, Mr. President. It means it's still.
It's still referred. He referred it. The act was committed already by Senator Angara while he was a senator. So therefore,
If I am the committee chairman, will I be allowed to act on his bill?
it's been referred to the committee, so it can be. It's the option of the chairman.
To whether or not. So
how is he going to dispose of the bill? But it's been referred to his committee because the act was already. It's
already referred in my committee, for instance.
Yes. Yes.
So it is the jurisdiction.
So it's in the jurisdiction of the chairman.
And it's the call of the chair on whether or not
That
you
is
will
correct.
put it in your agenda.
That is correct.
And even the chair, Mr. President, can even probably adopt the same measure, Mr. President, as the chairman.
So we can also pass a bill filed by a former senator who is now a secretary. Is that correct, Your Honor?
In the nature of a substitute bill, yes. It must be signed. There's a procedure, so it must be signed by
Filed before he resigned or
Yes.
transferred to another office and
Yes.
taken cognizance of by a committee,
Yes.
and the committee chairman can adopt the same
Yes.
as the chairman is the substitute author of the same bill.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move, with no other business to tackle, I move that the Senate now will adjourn until tomorrow, July 29, 2030. July 30, 2024, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, July 30, 2024.